Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Monday Madness Rimworld Spectacular. And by that I mean, welcome to Monday. How is everybody? Hiya, Blue, Barb, everybody's here, hanging out. I'm a little out of my mind because I haven't quite put enough coffee into the old guts yet, and I'm very tired. Sorry, I just thought of a video. I'll have to share it. I showed Barb the other night, but there's this great Game Grumps video. And one of the lines in there, he's like, I'm very tired. So, what were we doing last time? Last time, we were dumping toxic waste, and we had killed a bunch of tribals. I think there's still a bunch of tainted gear over here that we don't give a shit about. There are people burning over here. How's everybody doing? So, do I have any idea what we're doing today? No, not at all. As per usual, the determination of the day is more or less on what events spawn. We've got a few people hooked up to go to Area 1, namely the people that need to go to Area 1. Area 1 is kind of our, if you've got mobility, you're allowed to go there zone. A flash storm is fine. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna paint a little bit of Area 1 to be available for people to grab stuff. We need to get this stuff sorted out. Now, one of the things we need to do over here before we bring all these people in, we need to strip all these people. Do I care about extracting skulls? No, we're good on skulls this time. What is Barb up to? Brazil got the gold medal today. Mark Zuckerberg. Gold medal for what? That's what I have to say about that. Alright, we're gonna have Barb strip all these corpses, because that's something Barb can do. I've taken to trying to strip corpses outside before we bring them inside on this playthrough. I've been doing it a lot, so people who've been watching this playthrough probably have seen that. Reason being that if you bring them into the freezer, I mean, we're running a cannibal ideology, so if we bring all these corpses into the freezer, and then we start butchering them in the base, we wind up with tainted clothing, blocking doors, getting all over the place, making the place unsightly. Whereas if we strip them in the field, all the clothing we don't give a shit about goes away. In fact, over here, we're going to clear all out of this. I don't want them hauling stuff in from here. When we do wind up hauling stuff inside with clothing on and butchering it inside, gymnastics, the Olympics, that sounds wonderful. I don't watch the Olympics. I'm not that type of person. Also, I realized, because Blue mentioned it, we didn't have a piece of conduit between the waste pack generator, toxifier generator, that's the name of it. So we were only actually getting half of the power from our toxifier generator, which explains a lot of our power problems. It's very stereotypical Canadian of me, but I follow the Winter Olympics more, so I have no idea how we're doing. Not only do I not follow sports of any kind, even like things like, you know, ice skating or like X sports like skateboard. Like, I don't follow. If the word sports is even remotely or loosely associated with something, there's a 99.99999, if there's a higher number than 9, that number, chance that I'm not watching it. That type of stuff usually just doesn't interest me. Again, nothing against anybody who is into it. Just like I think everybody should play games the way they want. I think everybody should enjoy life the way they see fit. Is that an assault rifle? Yes, it's a masterwork assault rifle. Don't know how that landed out there. Huh. Really don't know how a masterwork assault rifle wound up out there, but you know, at least we're getting it back in. I used to follow figure skating regularly, but that was about it. There was like half a year in the 90s where I started to watch hockey. I was like, I kind of want to watch hockey. I think hockey's cool, you know. And then they went on that 90s hockey strike, and I was like, I don't care anymore. Like, nothing against people striking for good purpose or anything, but what you call. Is this set to berries? Do forever, and I think we can turn that on now that we have things sorted. But yeah, I don't watch sports. I'm not into competition. I'm more of a cooperative or single player type of person in general. I'll watch esports, you know, in that regard. Some like I used to get into watching StarCraft and League of Legends, but even that I start to get like iffy on. I tend to watch a lot of content. It's like Francis John's content or Adam versus Everything, you know, them playing a single player game, being really good at it, handling business. Where'd that Masterwork rifle go? Masterwork. Who's got a less than master? Why does Barb have a peel? That's why you don't have. Okay. Somehow I accidentally equipped Barb with a Masterwork with a Pila instead of her master. I was like, how did a Masterwork get out here? Clicking equip instead of strip. That's how. So okay, we're gonna take it slow and steady because it's Monday. I think you guys know that for me, I like to keep it on the slow side, make sure we have time to get things done. But also, like, we get to chat, we get to hang out a little bit. Obviously, I played a lot of Dice and Sphere program over the weekend. Just absolutely loving that game. And I learned a lot playing on Saturday. So thank you to anybody who came in on Saturday and joined the community and shared stuff. I learned a lot about that game on Saturday. We were also dyeing fave colors. Yes, we were. Yes, we were. That's a thing. I don't think we have any more dye at the moment. We're just kind of getting a few things going here. Now, I was a little concerned with planting food and stuff, but we got that raid at the end of stream. So we've got more meat coming in the door. I'm gonna unforbid that so they can go direct into the freezer, since everything's on that side. Okay, so... Oh, I didn't clear it out of this side. They're just moving stuff out of this side. Let's clear all over there as well. BD, I don't need you doing that. I think... Oh, there's a Wookiee up here as well. Get that Wookiee. Get that one pulled in after the ones on the right, because I think that one's a little bit of an older corpse. We also got this ship chunk up here we got to chop up. Maker is down for death rest, because, you know, our whole colony is full of vampires at this point. 2 days left. Makers are minor, so we're not going to be able to get any more stuff in until Maker gets up as far as steel is concerned. Bank is on their way down, on their way back. What are they coming back with? Why do we have a tainted Thrumbo fur parka? Let's ditch that. Oh, right. One of our people was wearing it. Yep, that's gone. Yeah, they're coming back with components, medicine, marine helmet, psychic and sanity lance, and a little bit of meat and medicine. No, that's the medicine they took with them. Okay. Okay, Bank's on their way back with a few things. Last stream, we lost a few people to the Gnociosphere. That was a whole thing. I'm really not sure how to deal with that thing outside of just letting it be what it is. And then you either wind up having it leave, get killed by enemies, or kill your people. So you're going to eat the berries. Okay, good to know. We've got a prisoner that we're working on converting. Ahoy, Mr. Crow. I'm so sorry. I saw you had messages you sent me. I just haven't. My focus level is through the toilet at the moment. I do not have enough coffee in my body. But how are you doing? Welcome in. I'm trying to think what we're doing and how we're going to do it. I don't really know, but I'm also going to power on our smelter here. Yeah, power on the smelter. We did our rituals, I think. Yeah, 14 days on that. Next time we're able to do ideology rituals, we should be able to reform our ideology. I'm not sure what we would add at this point, unless we're ready to add high life by the time we get there. But until we can get our beer brewing going, I don't know how we're going to do that. I did a little bit of fiber corn, but it took entirely too long for entirely too little wood. It might behoove us to put down a single plot of it. We started working on getting our second hydroponics grid up. We've got 3 chem fuel gens, 4 tox generators, and we're gradually doing things. Now, once we get to a certain point, I'm doing good. I'm working on the factory. Hell yeah. Nether, forgot to tell you, I got an alchemist. Alchemist. What are we talking about? Alchemist. Oh, transmute steel? For Rimworld? Hell yeah. Large nature shrines all day long. That's awesome. Those are the best. I would like one of those for this run for sure. I was like, Alchemist, what game are you playing? Anyway, thank you all for coming and hanging out. I am definitely on Monday mode. So the same thing happens to me every weekend. I think to myself, you know, I can't wait to just sleep. Because I love playing games, I love streaming, I love being with everybody, but I tend not to sleep enough. And so Monday comes along, and I'm like, why didn't I sleep? And the reason is, over the weekend, I just want to do stuff. Like, I get up and I'm like, oh, you know what? Like, I want to play Dyson, you know, and I want to get food, or I want to hang out with someone, or whatever. And rather than taking the weekend to rest and recuperate from the week and blah, blah, blah. I mean, I know I stream Rimworld and Oxygen Not Included and stuff, so it's not like I'm going out and hitting stuff with a sledgehammer or anything like that. But, you know, it's still nice to relax and have a day or two where you just, like, you know, can do things on your time and don't have a schedule. I'm not a huge fan of schedules, but hey, wanted to stop by to say hello, have a wonderful stream, but been focused on personal stuff after the move. Of course, Killer. We'll do a quick shout out for Killer over here. I hope you and Laz are able to sort everything out, Killer, and whenever you get time to come back and hang, we're here. Guys, go check out Killer if you haven't already. We'll read up the frosty description. Dive into the chill vibes of Killer Jam 25, where mature language meets a drop of loot. From Rimworld to Rust, they're all about new starts and project help. Catch them building castles in Minecraft or surviving zombies in Project Zomboid. Whether it's a solo run or chatting with the crew, every stream is an adventure waiting to unfold. Cargo pods. So yeah, guys, definitely go check out Killer. We all try to, like, show each other love, help, and support over here. How do I want to deal with this? Zone, Area 1. We'll do that, and then how's Barb doing? Hauling toxic waste pack. After that, let's have you haul that. How is your... Yeah. So we're just gonna have Barb do some quick hauling. Queue that up, and then we'll kill that zone over there after she hauls those things in. She'll probably be sleepy. So... we lost 3 people to the Gnociosphere. We lost Photoshop, Mr. Ben, and wait, did we lose Mr. No, we didn't lose Mr. Ben. We lost Photoshop, Killer, and Soul. Now, Soul was reasonably new to the team. I'm not especially excited about the fact that we had losses. I mean, having losses is never an exciting thing. But we're at a really awkward point in our playthrough. We are at that point where we can't afford losses. Like, we got another person back, and we've got a prisoner that's almost on our team. So we've almost recovered the number of people, but it's one of those things. We should be going up in people. Just maintaining our current population while we expand out the base is extremely dangerous. We're at 142,649 wealth. At about 250,000 wealth, we're going to be at raid cap. Raid cap with this few of people, I mean, we have realistically 7 shooters. We've got 2 melees. If Bank happens to be on map when everything's going down, it means we've got 8 shooters. That is not enough to be considered overwhelming firepower. We've got a lot of wealth for the number of colonists. We've got a smaller base than I'd like to have. All in all, tactically, we're in a very awkward position, and that is the nature of the sea ice run, right? We are not overpowered. We are not capable of just every little bit that we take on. We have to think about, like. We are out of room for corpses. Do we have more corpses out here? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 more corpses. Okay, so when Bank gets back, we're gonna have to send them back out the door because we need those corpses inside. That's set to human like. Let's do 9 of those. That should give us the room because the meat can stack on the shelves, but the corpses can't. So the advantage to corpses. I hate that you went out the freezer door. I'm going to disallow that door again. I had it allowed so they could come out here and just bring the corpses straight into the freezer. It's the whole reason we have that door. Okay, how are we doing on power? Alright, now that we've got all 4 tox generators actually putting their power on the power grid, we're doing okay on power. Second hydroponic setup is great, but we do need to get more steel in the mix over here. I'm gonna bring this back online. I thought I had brought that online, but I hadn't. We do have another assault rifle, so as soon as we bring somebody else on, we got that. We got a charge rifle for the next person after that if we don't have the time to bring up another one. And if we go even further than that, we've got a heavy SMG. We've got a couple of pieces of clothing and stuff kicking about here. What are we looking at as far as all that's concerned? We've got good human leather pants, excellent button down, excellent pants, excellent shirt. All right, let's see who needs new gear because I want to try. We do the gear swap all the time, basically. Now we can't really afford to take that off of Barb, the flak, because I want that protection. But that hyperweave shirt, how good's Barb on cold resistance? 209. So actually, let's get Barb into a new shirt because that shirt is going to be tattered, and rather have one as opposed to multiple tattered situations. I'm going to disallow that just in case someone decides they want to automatically put it on. And we'll keep looking at the gear here. Cloth, thermo fur, muffalo, thrombo fur. Okay, your clothing is in reasonably good condition. Ben over here. Wait, do we have? We're putting on everything we can possibly put on at this point. Like that's why we got the formal vests and the corsets. Gotta do what we gotta do out here on the rim. We don't have the opportunity to really make everything we want. I'd love to have everybody in flak chests. But if they're not going to be wearing flak, I got to put something in that slot on their inventory, because we do. How is this not connected? Am I crazy here? Oh, do I have a piece of wire somewhere in there that's not connected? I do, right over here. Okay. That's the jam. Okay. I remember how to do things. I swear I know how to play this game. How's our prisoner doing on ideology? 1 or 2 more chats and they'll be converted over to our ideology. Their resistance is already at 0. So more or less we just got to keep up with everything here. Now we've got berries in there. Is this thing turned on? That thing is turned on. This is set to berries forever because we're going to try and do berries for our chem fuel. We're going to go both chem fuel and toxifier generators for now. I'd eventually like to switch out of the tox generators because, you know, they can't last forever. And that was kind of the loop back to what I was talking about with population, right? Now, if we had a much higher population, if we were up to like, 15 people with guns, I'd probably be looking to try and get a transport pod up sooner rather than later so we could just dump the toxic waste off map. When you dump toxic waste off map, though, it upsets people. And so normally what I do... Hey, buddy. No, come here. Come say hi. Come say hi, bud. It is the first tack attack of the week. This is my boy. I just want to squeeze him. Hi, buddy. Who's my boy? Who's my baby? Who's my baby? I love you. I love you so much. Kisses. Kisses, kisses. Mwah. Say hi to everybody. Say hi to everybody. You don't care about the camera. Mwah. Meow. Meow, meow. You can't have all of that. Why? Treats? All right, guys. Let me give him a couple of treats. He wants a snack. You want a snack? There you go, snacky face. That's a good buddy. I love that cat. Well, I mean, I love all animals, but that boy has been such a good boy to me. He's a sweetheart. So that's how you farm bioferret steel transmutation. Yes, yes. Large nature shrine made out of steel. Transmute, get tons of plasteel, bioferret, uranium, and gold. If you get gold, make it into small statues because they're easier to carry than the raw gold, and then sell the small statues for all of the things you could ever possibly want. It is a great way to get lots of everything. Another way to farm bioferret is to try and abuse the metal horror event. That's a little scarier and a little more problematic. If you watch Francis's video, he kind of runs down how you can farm them for bioferret and shards, because metal horrors drop a decent amount of bioferret, and they also drop something like, it's a 50-50% drop chance to drop a shard for one of them bad boys. So, my large statues into pretty. Yeah. The hands down best conversion rate for materials is the large nature shrines. If you go into miscellaneous large nature shrines, they're 300 steel. Huh, that's a lot of silver just dropped in our backyard. We might mine that later. I need gold. I need steel more than silver though. That's what you're doing? Hell yeah. I mean, if you've already got large steel sculptures, you might as well hit them with the transmute steel, because you might wind up with large gold statues instead of large steel. Did we bring this stuff in over here? Barb is sleeping. Julie is hauling corpses. Fantastic. I'm trying my best to just keep everything going here. I think for the most part, yeah, we're still recovering mood-wise. So we've got excellent human leather over here. I'd rather have you an excellent than good. All right, so what are you doing? Sleeping? After you sleep, let's get you up and grab those. Same thing. Let's go down the list here. Plain leather button down. No, after you, what are you doing? Visiting grave. After that, let's get you into an excellent shirt. And we'll just kind of like do a little flip-flop of stuff. Now, everybody's wearing some pretty good stuff. Our big problem is that Killer was our production specialist. And we can't make Maker a production specialist because they're our best miner. So it's one of those things where we're really looking out. And Soul, the other person who died, they were the person that we were like, well, we'll make them a shooting specialist for now because we don't need 2 full-time production people. But when we need more production, we'll make Soul into a production specialist. Well, problem there is they're dead too. So we can't even take, like, Soul would be someone I would have been willing to take out of take them out of shooting specialist and turn them into a production specialist had we not lost them as well. But we lost Soul as well, so that's a problem. We're up to 53 degrees out here in the big room, which is good considering it's negative 15 outside and it's fall. We might have to move / install more heaters out here. Basically out here it's our workshop and our second hydroponic setup. This has more or less become our barracks. I'm not opposed to that because our barracks is very impressive despite being this little like small nook of a thing. So I'm kind of okay with this just kind of being like a big work area for now. Maybe we'll move out here eventually when we start to get even more people on the roster, but at the moment it is what it is. I'm trying to get people to haul a few things and then decide what we're going to do as far as clothing. That's why I had Mila chopping a few things up. I was like, I want to have space to get all the other corpses into the freezer, and then whatever we need to do as far as clothing goes. So I don't think we have too much to do with clothing. Like, we just went through it, and everybody's looking pretty good, although that parka is looking a little sad. We got to get some cloth going in one of these basins, but I kind of wanted to keep food up. How far are we into this rice? 53. How far are we into this rice? 100%. So when they harvest this rice over here... Caravan arrived at Sea Ice 2. Excellent. Maker is downed. So the bot is just going to be the bot. Okay. Alright, so what we need is a zone. New area. We're going to call this bait bot, right? And the area for bait bot is just going to be like, let's say, like right there, right? And the mech over here is going to be assigned to bait bot. Now, are you carrying stuff? You're carrying a few things, including marine helmets. Bank is upset as usual, coming back on map. But, you know, it is what it is. We gotta do what we gotta do. What is Barb doing? Smelting a weapon. After that, would you mind coming out here and hauling this in? Excellent. So, slow going as per usual. If anybody out there is looking for those people who just smack the 3X button and just fly through all of the work and just right to the next combat thing, that's not me. I'm a very, like... Let's be slow and methodical. It's the only reason I've gotten to this point in the playthrough, I feel like. I like to think, I like to focus. When that Gnociosphere event came, that was probably... Lone Genius, where is this? Unnatural healing. Too smart, abusive, greedy, disturbing. I don't want this person. This is like the third unnatural healing pawn that's come towards us. 0 in shooting. We don't need any more melee pawns. We don't... I mean, builders are good to have in general. We don't really have a dedicated artist, but we don't really need a dedicated artist. I mean, intellectual is great for scanning, but too smart means they're going to break. Abrasive means they're going to have problems. Greedy means they're going to be upset because we're not going to put them in a bedroom. And disturbing means they're going to give everybody else a mood debuff. Yeah? Are you, I thought you said it started today. Are you going today, or... Or am I wrong? Is it starting, like, tomorrow? Going today? Oh, heck yeah. I know you love hanging out with all your friends and stuff over there, so that's awesome. Conversion. Okay, excellent. So now we can go over here and set this prisoner to recruit. Oh, that is the other thing. We need to get you some juice here. So we're going to need a shirt, pants, formal vest, and parka. Okay, so we need a parka. No matter what we do here, we need a parka out of whatever materials are available. Not dread leather, though, in case we have some kicking about. And Maker is down at the moment, so... Okay, we need a parka. We've technically got pants, but we need a formal vest for sure. I don't know what else to make. I mean, we could just make a bunch. You know what? Let's tell them to make one of everything. All right, marine helmet. I think Julie's got to get the marine helmet. Make the unnatural healer the drugged up, happy mood Roomba won't affect the unnatural healing ability. We can't make them the mood Roomba. They've got all these things that are going to fuck up mood. Greedy's going to make them unhappy. Too smart means they're going to break all the time. Abrasive means they're going to piss everybody off. And disturbing means they're going to constantly give everybody else, I think it's a -5 debuff for rambling. I'm not taking this pawn. Like, there's not even a question there. Not to be a jackass, but there is not a single chance in fucking hell this pawn is joining our colony. Not a chance. They are going in the blender. 100% going in the blender. That is trash on wheels. Mila's stomach is not fixed. But we went over this the last time we had a unnatural healer. Guys. We went over this because we had one of these join last time, which is insane. Mila does not have any pain from her stomach being destroyed. And her old gunshot doesn't have any pain. So she's got a minus to manipulation and she might eat more food, but she doesn't have a major mood debuff. So, yes. We'll deal with them in a second. I'm getting things hauled in before I deal with them. Like Barb said, the sight stealers is a thing. So I'm not trying to have them come in and bring a whole army of sight stealers. You're walking right through the base, huh, buddy? I mean, a lot of our people have scars and stuff. Julie's are healing because she's a vampire. Barb's a vampire. Maker and Humph. Our 4 vampires are here, so we're not worried about all of that. Mila is missing a stomach and has a scar on her left arm. Thing is we're going to be able to make her a bionic stomach here real soon. Realistically, we could probably get that sorted now-ish. In fact, I think we can unsuspend that because 10 plasteel, 3 advanced components, at least crafting of 8. So as soon as Maker gets up, we'll have a bionic stomach for Mila. Her arm, we can eventually replace with a bionic arm. I'm not overly worried about a cook having slightly slower manipulation. Mr. Ben is still perfectly fine. BD has a couple of scars, arm and leg. Both arms have scars. Manipulation is a little low on BD. Not concerned about that either. Grump has a vasectomy. Not trying to heal that. Right leg bite scar on Eugene. And Bank is fine. The last time we did unnatural healing, Barb wound up with a flesh tentacle and a -6 mood debuff for longer than I would have cared to deal with. So I'm not overly interested in using their healing factor. If we had access to bionics en masse right now, maybe we take them on, do an unnatural healing, and then if it gets us a flesh tentacle, we just immediately replace it with a bionic arm, but we don't have that option. So I'm pretty much just gonna take them and either send them off map or imprison them and execute them. Executing them might bring sight stealers, which could be problematic. So we've already got lots and lots of mood problems from the deaths. Like Julie over here lost her husband and her friend. So if we look at Julie's needs, My friend killer died -10 for 1.7 days. My husband killer died -20 for another 12 days. Rebuffed by Humph, -5. Rebuffed by BD, -5. My friend Photoshop died, 8 nutrient paste. My friend Martin died. Disturbed. So, like, Julie is just stacked with mood debuffs. The only reason she's doing all right is because she's steadfast and because she's still getting loving from Maker. But Maker's down for death rest, which is why her mood is in the shitter right now because you know, can't make love to someone who is asleep. Barb over here is doing all right. They had to rebuff Grump, and they're a little mad about their tattered flak chest. I don't know. Maybe I should just knock out a corset for that purpose. Maybe we will. You missed 3 people dying, and us getting another one back, and we're about to recruit a prisoner. Where is corset? No stress. We lost Photoshop, Killer, and Soul. I'm going to make a couple of those. This is a normal simple helmet. 45 sharp. How much sharp does this do? That's better. Yep. I mean, they're all in the freezer, so if we get a mech serum, we'll resurrect them. But we got Eugene here, who's a far cry from a replacement. I mean, they're a good artist, and they're jealous teetotalers, so it's not like drugs are going to help with them. They're not a great pawn, but we had to get someone who could hold a gun. One of the Itakeen Raiders, Optimus, Trigger Happy, Psychopath, genetically psychically dull, of course, with a 12 in shooting. So we're recruiting them. None of their problems kept, so they don't have any scars or infections, so that's good. They are aggressive, so that's problematic in that regard, but, you know, it is what it is. So we're trying our best here. Barb is on major break risk. Of course she is. I think I microed her to do some stuff, and she's already upset. Yeah, she needs food. Ravenously hungry. Alright, after you do that, why don't you get yourself a fine meal. We make a freezer with a sarcophagus. We do. We have 3 sarcophagi in the freezer right over here. So they're frozen up. If we ever get a mech serum, we'll bring them back to life. So we're slowly but surely doing a few things. This guy really is just wandering around our base, just chilling inside of our base, huh? Alright, I'm going to have to talk to this guy. We're going to have to accept him and then either send him off map or arrest him. I would prefer... I'd like to arrest him and get his organs to send out with bank, but I think safety-wise, I don't want to deal with sight stealers right now. So I think we send him on a caravan and then let him something. I don't know what to do with him. I don't know what to do with him, quite honestly. Maybe we send him over here to the ancient complex and see what he can find on his own. Yeah, let's do that. Let's talk to Hush. You got 11 simple meals and a charge lance on you. Alright, Hush. How would you like to go to the ancient complex? Bank just got on map. They're getting themselves sorted, and then we're gonna send them out with some stuff. You have simple meals on you. Nope, no, you don't get a bedroll. Don't care about you. You don't need travel supplies, and you've got everything. Actually, how would you like to get some of the tainted garbage off of my map? Give me 1 sec, I'll look over at chat. Alright, send it. Best pawn is like never on map. I guess banks are best pawn. I mean, stat-wise, they're trash. And they're a misandrist. But they're alright, I suppose. They're on map right now. I'm gonna have this Hush character just take all of our tainted stuff and go to the ancient complex. As soon as they get off map, I'll dump the tainted stuff, and then they can go over. And if they can get some stuff from the ancient complex, we'll let them come back for a hot second. But I do not want them in our collective here. They are just going to cause more problems than help. That disturbing trait is trash. That will cause so many problems. It's not even funny. We can suspend the simple meals because our prisoner is going to be onboarded real soon. In fact, let's just get rid of that. Julie. Do you have drugs in you? Oh, we needed that. Yeah, Bank recently turned 18, so there is that. There's definitely that. Yeah, I don't care about the charge lance that Hush has. They can keep that charge lance. If they can live with that charge lance, they can do their thing. We are smelting down more steel. I'd like to get these two up and running. Sparta, if we cut out their tongue, they will literally mood break constantly. They won't affect other people, but they'll get a -5 from having their tongue cut out. We tried that in the last playthrough, and since they already have a problem because they're too smart, and too smart means they break right here at 47% threshold. We're just getting our first round of berries, Blue, so I think good, but I'm not 100% sure yet. I just told them to build these two so we could get even more berries in, and this is officially on. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, there is no chance that Hush is not going to constantly break. We do not have the capabilities to keep them at 50+ mood at all times. If they drop below 50, it's 47%, but let's just say 50. So if they drop below 50% mood, they're going to break because of too smart. And then so like you either take a negative hit to every single person you have, -5 to every single person you have other than Hush. Or you cut his tongue out, and I think it's something like a -6 or a -8. Whatever it is, it's just a 100% guarantee that he's going to break constantly. So, yeah. The moment there's even the slightest issue, a too smart pawn is going to break. So, if we were, like, stocked on beer. Like, we had a pawn in a similar style pawn in the Anomaly playthrough. And even with all the beer and drugs in the world, we could not keep them happy. They were worthless. Every time there was a fight, like, they couldn't do anything. So we just used them to ditch a bunch of tainted clothing. We'll have them go and hit up that ancient complex, see what happens. We got a pretty solid freezer full of food going on right here, so that's good. We'll set those up for berries. We've got 50 components because Bank just came back with components, so that's good. Got a little bit of pemmican, and this this Itakine should be on the team soon enough. I'm going to have to get that thing turned off because it's eating too much power. I'm too smart for my own good. Yeah. And I get it. I get it. I get the concept of being too smart. You're smart enough to know that you're in danger, so there's a lot of anxiety that comes along with that. So cool. You've got a lot of anxiety. This is not the place for you. We need iron-willed individuals here. Both like for real and metaphorically speaking. We need people who are like on it. Now, if Julie wasn't so good at murdering people, maybe we would have had a pick of an impid down here, but I don't want impids in this colony either, because they just have problems. Like, the genetic pessimism, you can overcome the genetic pessimism. I've done it before, especially if you can get a trait that, like, offsets it. Like, if you get a genetically pessimistic impid, and they happen to come with, like, optimistic as a trait. Actually, I think that gets overwritten, but there's ways to deal with the genetic pessimism, but they're never going to be a really happy pawn unless you're the only time I've ever had a super happy impid is when I was playing on Peaceful, and they got married and had a burning passion for their work and loved their kids and their husband and all of that stuff. Like, that was the only time I ever had a really happy impid. What rituals do we have? And what anomaly research are we doing? We're not doing anomaly research, that's right. We were trying to work on entity containment so we could actually get some entities, but didn't go anywhere. So what we're basically slowly but surely doing is trying to expand out our hydroponics so that we could actually bring on more people reliably. We might have to put down some more chem fuel generators. The tox generators are doing okay for the time being, but we've got 3 chem fuel generators and 4 tox generators, and we're still a little dodgy on power. I'd love to leave scanning on full time, but we've been doing a lot of smelting of the weapons and stuff that have been coming in, and we need to do that smelting because I don't want resources to go to waste. Even though we are scanning our own resources now, you can never look resources. You can't look a gift horse in the mouth, is the old saying, right? And we've been gifted a lot of good stuff here, so we're gonna be trying to make best use. The last thing I want to do is be like, oh, we don't need X, Y, and Z right this moment, so let's not worry about it. And then, bam, we need it later on, and it's like, and it becomes a problem, you know, like, let's grab the spears, let's smelt the things down, let's smelt the slag. I mean, they've already pulled in most of the weapons and smelted most of them down. We're going to grab this spear, we're going to grab these, well, we don't have room for those 2 corpses, so we gotta do, like, 2 more choppies down here. Happy impid, that's like a social recluse not being depressed, rare, but highly improbable. Right, exactly. So now, I'd theoretically like to take Bank off map, but I don't really want them off map unless it's like absolutely necessary. We do have a bit of wealth though. We've got 500 human leather. Where's that hitting us with our stuff? 149. You know what? I'm gonna let Maker make a few things before I send Bank off map. I'm gonna new recruit on board. Excellent. Alright, this guy. Right, you go on paste. Shit. Oh, Hush is the wrong ideology. It's like, did we not convert them? No, we converted them. Alright, this guy... Psychic Insanity Lance? Excellent. Then let's get you an assault rifle. Let's get you into some human leather pants, human leather shirt. We're going to need... I think Maker is making you a parka. But yeah, let's get that going. Let's also get you on the right schedule here. We'll put you there. We'll put you on that schedule. And then after you grab those, let's get you into that simple helmet over there. They bite with my words. Family got under my skin in a bad way, and I don't like it. No, no, no. You're fine. You're fine. I'm sorry if I'm not receptive to things right now. I hate to sound like, you know, I got a case of the Mondays, but I did. I wanted to sleep over the weekend. Like all week, I was like, I can't wait till the weekend. I'm gonna sleep in. I'm gonna sleep in. And then like I got hooked into Dyson. And you know how it is when you're playing a game. Like, so I love Rimworld, I love Ani, but like I have a time limit set on my play sessions. Like I play this playthrough when I'm streaming. If I was playing this off camera, there's a good chance it would keep me up till 5, 6, 7 in the morning and shit like that, right? But I'm not. But I am playing Dyson off camera, and with Dyson, I don't have that limitation. And I start going, and I'm like, fuck, this is awesome. I'm getting stuff done. So I was up super late Saturday night. And it wasn't just Dyson. Like, the thing was... How much cloth do we have? Oh, yeah, I want one of these kicked over to cotton, actually. In fact, I might... Yeah, let's do 2 of these as cotton. We got plenty of food at the moment. We have a little bit of cotton growing here, but we need more cotton. So... My roommate called me. I was up kind of late. I was up at like 2, 3 in the morning, which for a Saturday when I don't have a stream the next day is not so bad. Problem is that about 2:30 in the morning, I got a call from my roommate, and they were like, "Hey, I'm out at a concert, and we're gonna have to take an Uber home because my house keys are in my car, and I can't find my car. I'm gonna come back and get it tomorrow, but are you gonna be up for a little while so you could let me in?" And I was like, well, yeah, I'll be up for a little while. So between loving what I was doing in Dyson and my roommate needing somebody to unlock the door for him, I wound up staying up pretty late. No empty accessible spot because we're bringing rice into the refrigerator. All right, let's cut up a couple of more people then. And then Sunday, Sunday I woke up, was like having a good time, and part of me at midday was like, I should take a nap. And I was like, if I take a nap, because I don't know about you guys, but it takes me a little while to get going. Like, whether it's morning, whenever I wake up, it's like, whether it's from a nap or a full night's sleep, I get up, and it's like, I gotta just sit there for like an hour or two and like drink coffee and try to wake up. When I get on stream and I'm super sleepy, it's usually because I'm like when I got on stream today, I don't even think I had a whole cup of coffee. I would have been lucky. Like, I think I had maybe half a cup of coffee when we started. So, I mean, coffee is delicious, so that's awesome and everything. But without a little bit of coffee, a little bit of time, a little bit of, hold on. I want textiles off this shelf. I want apparel off this shelf. I don't want any of that stuff on here. I don't want apparel on this shelf either. I want, like, our good weapons and our good, and, like, soothe pulsers and stuff over here. I want to get some shelving made, but, you know, I want to get a lot of things made. It's death. Yeah, yeah. So, yeah, again, I'm very happy with the choices I made because I had a lot of fun this weekend. Made a lot of good progress in Dyson. Actually started to put up my You start your Dyson sphere by doing a Dyson swarm, where you launch solar sails and they like float around. And the sails have a limited lifespan if they're not connected to a frame. So the swarm, you have to continually upkeep it. And so, you know, not to go too into detail, but I came up with the plan last night that I'm actually going to hold off. I'm going to probably take a decent number of those solar sails down. Like, not take them down, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to stop replenishing them because there's a better star for me to do. There's a better star for me to do a Dyson sphere around, and I've already started pulling some resources from that place. Tell me you're going to haul the corpse. You are. Okay, good. And we got to go one more time because there's still one more after that. So my plan is to basically turn an entire solar system into an antimatter factory. I'm just gonna like send over all of the materials and just like completely like it's just gonna be a whole planet made of railguns and like planetary launchers and just be launching all the materials once I sort out a few production chain issues in that game. Anyway, I'm talking about it because I really fucking love that game. And it's one of those things where, like, I don't know if you guys have ever read Calvin and Hobbes, but I remember there was a strip where they're like doing all this stuff, running around, and Hobbes is like, "Are we even having fun?" And Calvin says something along the lines of like, "Well, when you only have limited time on the weekend to have a good time, cramming as much fun into it as possible is often more work than it is fun." And that's kind of the paradigm I got into over the weekend. Not that, again, not like this is like difficult ditch digging like office soul crushing work or anything. Oh, you don't have a bed. You don't have a bed. But my brain was like, "Are you sure you want to sleep? Like, you don't have a lot of time to get stuff done in Dyson. Are you sure you don't want to like get stuff done in Dyson?" So that wound up being what I did, is opting for games over, like, it's that classic meme of like you see somebody with a shelf full of books and on that shelf is like work, family, personal hygiene, you know, all of the parts of life are a book, and the bookshelf is crammed full, and in their hand they hold the book that says gaming, and they're like looking around, and then they just slowly pull the sleep book off of the shelf and replace it with the gaming book. That's what I did over the weekend. It's what I do almost every weekend, so. Alright, Mila is making berries. Blue, how many berries did you say? You said 4 basins per 2 generators? Is that what you said? Dark visions. Wonderful. I mean, it makes sense. We're a cannibal cult living in the frozen Arctic. That's fine. I understand. But anyway. So those berries aren't going to wind up in the refrigerator. I'd like to get Bank going for a trade, but I'm very nervous about taking people off map. 4 equals 2. We've got 8 of those over there, plus these 2 in here. So I'm going to switch these 2 back to rice once they harvest them. And I'm tempted to just put down another chem fuel generator. Yeah, let's put down another chem fuel generator. Let's say... let's hold off a second. Let's hold off. 3.5, so 4 basins. Right, so if I've got 8 basins and 4 chem fuel generators, we're going to be just fine. Still have a little bit left over to make explosive ammo if we need to. I'm with that. Alright, let's see what the zoning is like over here, because I think we're done over here. Oh. So, I figured out what the problem is with favorite colors, but we're going to keep going with it anyway. The problem with favorite colors as the dye color, it makes it easy to spot people that you want to grab. Almost didn't see the Tox Gen. Yeah, we have Tox Gens. We have 4 Tox Gens. Alright, you snagged the parka on your own. Good stuff. What is your temperature looking like? -38. Not amazing, but it'll do for now. I need to get some cloth in here so we can make them a cloth parka. Yeah, this is a lot of human leather. We got to get this off map. We're probably going to want to get down another chem fuel generator or 2 today. Okay. I'm awake. I swear. Wish we could weaponize that Tox pack. That would be nice. Yaks join! Oh my god. Thank you, Randy. I needed that, actually. That'll be great. Julie, you're out here. Let's make you handle for just a second. I mean, this guy's better, but... Oh, right, we need to give him proper assignments. You can help with building, I suppose. What was I doing? Right, I wanted to haul these guys in. Handle Julie on a 4. Here's how I'm going to deal with this. I'm literally going to slaughter them up here. They never rope them in, so... We'll be fine. We'll butcher up 2 more of them. That'll fit us the yaks in there. Where's Mila? Mila, let's get you on that so that Julie can immediately haul one of them when she gets in here. Yeah, I'm going to send Bank off map here in a second. There's not a place for the yaks? Okay, I guess I will assign a place for the yaks. And we need to we need that advanced fabrication done soon. Screw it. Let's just get them all chopped up. And we'll just send Bank out with all the human leather. We got a lot more rice than I expected to have, quite frankly. Okay. Oh no, Hush has hypothermia and is downed? Oh no. We're gonna wind up with a colonist lost debuff, but at this point I'm just like, I don't give a shit. Everybody drink tea and smoke weed. You'll be fine. Honestly, we have so much food. I'm gonna make these cotton as well. We need some warmer clothing. Cloth is substantially warmer than human leather. This is not something I usually worry about or think about, because usually you're not this concerned about human leather. Like, I mean, human leather provides good sharp protection, because it's the same as plain leather, I think, or light leather, whatever the case may be. Like, leather, I think, provides better sharp protection than cloth. I'm not even 100% sure, honestly. We could check, but who could be bothered? Cheers, everybody. Kinkoark. Alright, Humph is still on Dark Visions mode. Which, whatever. So yeah, we're gonna do whatever comes our way. We're gonna continue our efforts to get real infrastructure going here. I would really love to start putting bionics into people. That's like one of my primary thoughts here. I think we have smelted up the vast majority of things that we need to smelt up, so yeah, we need that cloth going. How much cloth does it take for a flak chest? Oh yeah, I got rid of all of these. So, flak chest, 60 steel, 30 cloth, 1 component. What, smoke weed every day? Oh, yeah, yeah, no, it's funny. Sorry, I'm sorry if I didn't acknowledge that. It is funny. I'm just spacey right now, trying to figure out what we need to get done. That was Killer. Killer is dead. We solved the spine problem. Alright, let's get the bench on so we can get Mila her stomach. Screw it. Let's get the yaks cut up too. We'll get everything chopped up, and then we'll send Bank out with all the textiles. Unless we resurrect him. Yeah, I mean, I have him frozen. I always plan on resurrecting good pawns, but Killer would probably be the first one I would resurrect. Photoshop was solid as far as a shooting expert goes. Soul was a pretty decent pawn, but Killer was top-notch. So we did rip his mech link out and give it to Maker so that we wouldn't lose control of Baitbot. Yeah, we should put another one in. I'm gonna leave a gap. But I'm gonna put in another chem fuel generator. I don't know why, I just kind of feel like leaving a gap is a good idea here. I might eventually put walls in there to separate them a little bit. Oh no, Hush is starving? Oh no. Oh no. Hump's dark visions have stopped. The moment that that the other guy died, Hump stopped having dark visions. Imagine that. The weird anomaly pawn that came in was disturbing and crazy. Dies, and there's no longer dark visions. Fancy that. Now, the problem is I've got Maker making things first, don't I? Put all that on the back burner. Anomaly shenanigans. I mean, the problem with anomaly shenanigans is the Gnaciosphere not only died, but it killed 3 of our people. So, we have draw animals as the only, the only shenanigans we could get involved with, and we have a freezer packed full of meat, so not overly worried about that. Alright, we'll let Maker finish that formal vest, because that's that'll serve Kinkoark. I'm going to call them Kinko. I know it's not Kinko, but it's going to be Kinko right now. Down good to negative 38. That should help a little bit. Yeah, we'll get all of the human leather and the leather from the yaks off the map. And then we'll start growing in some cotton. The reason I want to get this chem fuel generator up is I want to get more scanning going. Like, I want to get a lot of things going, and so, like, I want to stop having to flip back and forth with power. It's bad enough we got to flip the electric smelter on and off. I mean, that kind of winds up being a thing in most playthroughs. Sphere even drop. We have ambient. Don't know. I don't know. I don't know how any of that works. You guys keep telling me that there's stuff that doesn't happen, and somehow or another it's happening. So, it is what it is, I suppose. So, we'll get all this stuff hauled over to Zone. We'll get another chem fuel generator going. We'll get more scanning going. Yeah, I don't know how the ambient versus monolith settings work. I know there's a few things we haven't seen yet. There's some things I'd like to see. I've never once, in any of my Anomaly playthrough stuff so far, seen the unnatural corpse. I've seen other people get it. I would love to get it for the sake of getting death refusal, but I've never actually gotten it. I don't know that I would like to get it right now, because there's a lot of stuff we got going on, and it could prove problematic, but we've got 3 potential resurrections, yes. That is the thought. Actually, you know what? I'm going to have you clear your thing. And I'm just going to put down a zone over here. Now, let's send Bank off map real quick. I mean, I get nervous sending anybody off map at the moment. We really don't have, like, a huge team, but I also don't want to have all of this stuff just kicking around. Like, that's almost 1,500, no, almost 1,200 textiles we can knock out. I like little even numbers, but no, I'm not going to sell any of the joint leaves. We'll hang on to them. We've got a lot of mood problems. What else can we sell? Let's sell the Pila because it wound up in our base, so let's just sell the damn thing. Anything that is falling apart here. I don't even know what to sell, honestly. Alright, so poor pants. Take the silver. I mean, we might as well get all of the random stuff. That human leather, excellent. Tainted. The steel simple helmets are either going to go on somebody. I'm gonna have him bring some of the tainted stuff off map and just dump it. Just because that'll get smelted down. We don't really have a lot left on map after sending it off with what's his face, the unnatural healer. Okay, that'll do, I think. Maker is playing horseshoes. I want them to make that nuclear stomach. 2 reasons. Reason 1, I'd like Mila to have a stomach. You know, calories, we're doing good on food at the moment, but food is always a concern in this colony. I don't think it's affecting their happiness quite honestly, so that's not a problem, but I'd rather have people have full stomachs longer when we're doing extended combat exercises. And in addition to that, that'll get those 3 components turned into something that's not wealth sitting on the map. I'd rather have 3 advanced components worth of wealth going into a bionic stomach than have it sitting as just, general wealth in a pile on our map. So that's what we're doing. Maker's working on the bionic stomach. Is that still the formal vest? Okay, so yeah, we'll have them do that first. We'll have them make the bionic stomach first, and then finish up that formal vest for Kinko. And then we'll go from there. We've got a couple of random things we could smelt down, but I'm not going to worry about smelting as much as I am about getting some other stuff online here. Our people are grabbing up the nuclear waste, or the toxic waste. We're going to get to a point where we're even going to wind up cleaning this stuff up, and we're going to just launch that shit at somebody. But I don't think we could handle like an 80 to 100 and something tribal breach rate at the moment. I think what did we got, like 70 something? We dealt with it all right, but you never know with these things. We basically, tribal breach raids can be problematic, and I've noticed that almost every time you get a retaliation, it's a tribal breach if you're jumping waste on tribals. Maybe sometimes it doesn't come in as a tribal breach, but this tribal breach, which had nothing to do with that, I think it was 70 something pawns. And we basically brought all our people out to this door and shot at the breach axes. Their AI started to be like, we don't know what to do. And they just all started milling around here. So we had Julie just stand here taking shots at the closest one and just headshotting people over and over again. Eventually they started to come in as a group, and we insanity lanced one, so they just fire spewed and like set each other on fire while we gunned them down, and bing bang boom. Unfortunately, because of the fire spew, a lot of the corpses burned, but as you can see, we got a lot of meat. So, not a problem. I thought you were making a nuclear... No. Bionic stomach for Mila. Mila's not a vampire. We don't have the tech to do nuclear stomachs. You need... What's it called? You need artificial metabolism to get nuclear stomachs. We do not have that tech print. And obviously, if we don't have the tech print, we don't have the points researched into it. Bionic stomachs go into vampires, for sure. 4 of our team are vampires. I mean, nuclear stomachs. So if we can get our hands on that, we can definitely cut down a lot of our food consumption. Yeah, at the moment. But we've had a food excess and eaten through a lot of it before. We don't have a ghoul to feed anymore. The ghoul died. They are right here in the fridge as well. We don't even have the research remotely close to getting ghoul resurrection. That would be fantastic, because twisted meat and bioferret is not the hardest thing to come across. We've got the bioferret to do it. We could just provoke the void, kill whatever comes, chop it up, and then bing, bang, boom, we've got it. I mean, there are threats that don't bring that stuff, but back from my outdoors fun. How's things going so far? Going pretty good. We sent the unnatural healer off map. He died of hypothermia and starvation. Bank is now taking out all of the human corpses that we chopped up worth of human leather. Maker is making a bionic stomach, and then they'll be getting back to drilling. We've got 8 hydroponics basins growing berries with the biofuel generator, our biofuel refinery set to make berries into chem fuel forever. We put down a 4th chem fuel power generator up here. Slowly but surely, everybody is doing what they got to do. And yeah. Giggles is easier to resurrect, and they don't really give a shit. Yeah, exactly. Giggles will bring back, but I don't think you can buy ghoul resurrection serums, so we would have to get into, in order to resurrect Giggles, we have to get into serum synthesis. So we'd have to research bioferret shaping, serum synthesis, and ghoul resurrection. And I believe you have to get ghoul enhancements to get ghoul resurrection. So we'd have to do an absolute fuck ton of anomaly research when we don't have anomaly. Just to provoke the flesh mass heart. That is ass to deal with. I've dealt with the flesh mass heart. You can cheese the flesh-masked heart. It can't go through graves. So if you see a flesh-masked heart about to erupt, you just circle it in graves and micro everybody. Well, I understand it's not useful. I would appreciate putting the comms console where the smelter currently is to make it flat with the fabrication bench. I mean, that would be great. I'm not opposed to moving stuff around later on, but we not only did we build it here and it can't be moved, but we rebuilt it there after it got destroyed before we started making good use of these outer rooms. So, by the way, this is our first fabrication project. We put up this bench and then Killer died, but I think this is the very first thing we're making on the fabrication bench is a bionic stomach for Mila. And since our power is good, I'm going to kick our research on. We need advanced fabrication. Fire mortars? What about fire mortars? Oh, God. Really saying because it's something interesting I thought of. Yeah, I mean, I have other plans for this area down here, so I had thoughts and ideas about how I want to set a lot of this stuff up, but we'll get there eventually. One of the things I want to do is put down two tool chests to make all this stuff go faster. So even if we were to leave this here, it'd probably get kicked forward, and then 2 workbenches would get put here, and then this would move somewhere. And then probably, like, because I want to put some shelving over here. Fire mortars deal with the flesh mass pretty well. The incendiary mortars for the flesh mass. Yeah. I don't know. The flesh mass heart, it sucks. But it's not like, I would say it's not the hardest anomaly threat to deal with. Maybe it is. No, Shambler Assaults. Shambler Assaults are the worst as far as, like, difficulty in anomaly events. Shambler Assaults are nasty fucking events. Could put a double shelf, then the 2 benches. Yeah. Usually what I like to do is put 4 single shelves next to the fabricator. One of them for components, one of them for steel, one of them for plasteel, the other one for gold, stuff like that. That way they have everything they need right next to them. And then I like to have tool kits or tool benches or tool cabinets, whatever they are. Snowing then dangerous. Shamblers are straight up ass. Yeah. They just kind of make a mess of things. Like, I don't think, as far as losing pawns, Shambler Assaults are not the worst thing. Like, you could pretty reasonably easily deal with not getting your people killed as long as you can kind of move a little bit. The problem with Shambler Assaults is they don't prioritize your pawns and they rip your base to shreds. They go for weak points in the walls, so they go for doorways, which is kind of a nerf to this style of building. It's one of the reasons I think they did it, is like people who are playing this style of no traps, no kill boxes, all use these kind of like double door things. And there are 2 debuffs to these with the anomaly events. One is Shamblers will go for doors. It doesn't matter that you've got a plasteel and a steel wall double thick right here when they go after your steel doors. You know, that's 320 durability versus the 840 just on the outer level of the wall. And then on top of that, the darkness events make it so that this one tile in here, if you don't have wall lamps on like in this tile just to light that one tile, your people will get hit by the unnatural darkness in those tiles. So there were 2 debuffs to this style of doorway building in the anomaly update. Shamblers do require a lot of firepower. Now, you can game their AI a little bit. It's a risky endeavor, especially since you're kind of relying on their AI and knowing it well enough. they will not go through open doors. So if you have a Shambler Assault, one of the things you can do to deal with it is open all of your outer doors. Couldn't you just have a stupidly long row of doors all left open as a kill box? They won't go through open doors. They won't. The Shamblers will not go through open doors. Vroom vroom. Yeah, absolutely. That's how we dealt with the last Shambler Assault, is we opened our doors. Or at least opened some of our doors, because we had Chimeras at the same time. So, yeah, you can absolutely make a kill box with that. Oh, that's what you mean. Like, you meant that they... Yeah. Literally, like, one of the best ways to deal with Shambler Assaults is... if they're coming from 3 sides, let's say they're coming from 4 sides. They're coming from over here, up here, down here, and over here. Open all of the outer doors, stand 1 pawn with a gun inside the doors, and then they will just kind of mill around outside and you can shoot at them. They bash the door, it breaks. They bash the next door, open despite it being open, break it, next door. They won't attack open doors. They won't attack or walk through open doors. You cannot get them to go through, and that's something I think they programmed in to stop people from making those types of kill boxes where there are doors. They won't go through the singularity because the singularity relies on open doors slowing things down. So Shamblers will not go into the singularity because the doors are open, but that does mean when you've got a setup like this, if you know about that, you can open your doors and literally have 1 person at each set of doorways just shooting out the doorways at the Shamblers, and they'll just stand outside dicking around. Now, I'm not sure if that's been patched or changed or adjusted, so if we try it and we get completely overwhelmed, that'll suck. You've had them break the open door. I don't know. Maybe it is because they tried to attack it before it started. Again, I don't know exactly why it works. I know that Francis John stumbled on it, and we used it when we got attacked by the Shamblers early on. They don't care about broken doors. They'll walk right through broken doors. That's just an empty tile as far as they're concerned. So, like, having a door blueprint does nothing to affect their pathing. And I wouldn't rely... I don't know that it's a glitch, but I don't think it's intended AI for them to not walk through open doors. I think there's something about them trying to balance it against some of the, some of the more meta kill boxes and stuff with them in open doors. So I don't know if they're gonna like patch it or we'll find workarounds, etc., etc. So, or being held open means they won't walk through it. Yeah, basically. So if a Shambler Assault spawns, ooh, there's a polar bear. Do we go kill the polar bear? I'm tempted to not fuck with the polar bear. But at the same time, the polar bear could get hungry. I think we might want to go kill the polar bear. We'll just take Julie. Now, we've got plenty of food and all, but we also have people that are going out to, like, mine and stuff, and the polar bear doesn't have plenty of food. So I think we kill the polar bear so it doesn't try to eat our people. Right there. Damn, this bear is like... Can't hunt something that's jumping, buddy. They might have the opposite weakness to vampires. If you invite them in, they can't come in. Yeah. We only want to be uninvited guests. Punch that bear, Julie. Punch that bear. Well, more meat. And it's negative 21 outside, so we don't have to worry about it spoiling. So how long does it take this stuff to grow? It's growing pretty quick. I think I'd like to do, like, we've got a lot of food here. Yeah, I'm going to do a round, like a full round of cotton here. Drags a polar bear through the dining room. Don't worry about me. It's like when I was growing up in the growing up with my family, just like dragging a deer carcass right through the dining room, like the kitchen. My house didn't really have rooms. It's just one big open nonsensical fucking shack in the middle of the woods. Yeah, I know the folklore about vampires having to be invited to come in. Totally. Okay. Let's give the back a little pop. Oh, okay. So formal vest is sorted. And the stomach is done. I mean, at least we just planted those. I was like, let's get some cotton going, and then 2 seconds later, the freshly planted cotton has blight. Well done, Randy. Well done. Okay, Mila. Where does Mila sleep? Mila is over here, and you're in an excellent bedroll. I want to move Mila's bedroll over here real quick, and I want to get Barb to do work. I mean, we could do it right there, actually, right? It's more likely to be dirty. Even though this is a bigger room, we've got more foot traffic in here, so... And back, I was writing the story I started, if you... Of course I remember, Mr. Crow. We got some really good writers in the group, including yourself. Drugs, and we still don't have a drug lab, do we? We still don't have a drug lab. No, we don't. We have drugs to keep our mood up, which is what I care about more than anything at the moment. Alright, we're going to install a bionic stomach in Mila. No, I didn't mean to do that. That was the wrong button. Alright, we're on advanced fabrication. Good, good, good. That's delicious. I do love me some coffee. And I made a little extra... Oh. Why are you not cutting the blight? What does the bionic stomach do? Mila's stomach got destroyed. It's just a direct replacement for it. Plan with the story. The plan is that when I'm going to finish it, I'm going to make it into a real book and send it all the people that wrote in it, including you guys, if it's possible to sign it. Yeah, absolutely. I would be down. You know what's funny is I like the idea of writing a book. I don't think I have the attention to write a book. I think what I would do before, like, I'd be a great person to, like, be like, let's decorate the book. And by decorate, I mean, like, if I had a book that I wanted to, like, make into a book, I would take the time to, like, crumple paper and, like, dip it in tea so that it makes it all faded yellow, and then take the time to, like, hand write it out with ink and stuff like that, and, like, make it look all, like, old and weathered, and then put, like, a crazy, like, cover on it. But it is an upgrade to the base stomach. Bionics are an upgrade. Yeah, oh, you're asking what it does, not like why are we doing it. I got you. Bionic stomach. An installed bionic stomach. A person with this has much lower chance of getting food poisoning and is immune to some stomach diseases. An integrated lattice dust healing system automatically repairs any damage to the artificial organ. It is better than a biological stomach in almost every way. So I don't think we can get... Yeah, we can't get gut worms with a bionic stomach. So gut worms are off the table for Mila. Wrote stories before. I'm too self-harsh to make one. I hear you. I have stories written in a book. Yeah. This is my book of stories and dreams and ideas and, like, world. It's about half full. The text goes all the way to here. So about half the book is written. Some of it is like story, and some of it is just ideas. Some of it is just me accounting for dreams that I had. So there's a lot in there. I use that a lot when it comes to... stuff in, like, games for projects and stuff like that. Like, a lot of my ideas for Minecraft were taken from that book. Are you going to be in VC after Stream Nether? Because it will tell more about the plan. I think so. I mean, that's, like, almost 4.5 hours away, so I can't speak for future Nether, but I'm probably going to be in stream in lobby afterwards. Usually what I got to do is I got to go get dinner, because I never keep food in my house, because I'm terrible with when... I have to stop eating so goddamn much food. I have 0 willpower. Like, it literally, like... Anyway, that's a whole other topic, but... I'm probably going to get dinner after stream, and then I will be in chat either while I'm working on YouTube stuff or after I work on YouTube stuff. I keep falling behind. I got to get ahead. I keep being like, okay, I put the thumbnail in the title for the next video that's coming out. I don't want to work on anything else, but I've got to get organized tonight. I've got to schedule all the content out that I have. I've got to upload stuff. I've got to edit shorts. There's a lot of stuff, so I'm going to try and focus on YouTube content, but I can do that stuff while I'm chilling in chat. Too harsh on myself to write a book. Yeah, yeah, I hear you. It's not an easy thing, and I think if you're gonna write something, it's also useful to. You know what? I'm gonna do that. That'll knock Mila out of it. Then Barb, work on that. And this is going to be Mila, so that when it gets moved, somebody can put Mila in her bed. Yeah, Mr. Crow's been writing a story and using all of the community members as characters in the story. Oh, Mila's up and about. Cool. Okay, what are we doing in here? Alright, let's get this guy turned back on and get our scanning going even more. God, I miss having a crafting specialist. All right, who has a lot of problems with mood? Eugene is new, so when you wake up, let's get you to change your style. I'm trying to dye up the new people and the people who have been having really big problems with mood. It's going to take us... Cyclone's Toxic Spewer. Nope. If it had good rewards, I might have considered taking that, but there were not good rewards. Oh, you are in your favorite color for the most part. That's good. Okay, well, you'll dye up the last piece. You could use to dye up your last piece after this. We'll keep people nicely dyed to their favorite color. I'm trying to think who else needs... BD is sleeping with Grump, right? Yeah. So they shouldn't be in the worst situation as far as all that's concerned. Do that before you go to bed. Posture check. I can do that. Thank you. Send it to you and write you in if you want. Oh, you're talking to Sparta. That's right. Okay. Set favorite color. Accept. We need more pawns. Nine days on that situation. Bank is doing his thing. We'll speed this along just a little bit now that I'm confident in our food and everything. Yeah, that was bound to happen. Anesthesia will do that to you. Do we need to fabricate anything else? Everything requires more advanced components. Alright, as far as the list of things we want to bionic up first and foremost, who's got a fucked up leg? So you've got a problem with your arm. You've got problems with your arms. You've got a leg problem. Okay, so we want to start getting bionic legs on people. Being able to move faster to kite people. I'm good, but I appreciate the gesture. Thank you, Mr. Crow. That is nice. Mr. Crow is a very sweet person. 178 steel. I want to get at least one of these so that Barb can replace that. But we could, okay. Let's get a flak chest built for Barb. I'm going to work on the factory. I am going to listen to the stream as always. I need power of the Beard Lord. Thank you so much, Mr. Crow. Good luck working on the factory. I'm glad you liked that video I shared the other day. Family put me through a ringer today emotionally, and I'm really not happy about it. Dug into personal pains I prefer locked away and forgotten about. Well, we're here, Sparta. If you want to talk about it, you're welcome to talk about it. If you don't want to talk about it, you don't have to. I mean, I've made it well known that I haven't spoken to my family in probably, like, I don't know, probably going on 10 years or so now. My dad died a while back, and I didn't even, like, the only reason I knew about it is they sent, like, someone to serve me papers so that I would sign off on something or another. I didn't. But, yeah, family can be really hard. And sometimes to the point of, like, fuck this nonsense. So, totally understand that. Ugly environment. We kind of need to get some shelving going. I'm not going to lie. We need to get some shelving going. They meant well, but yeah, digging into old wounds is not on my top 100 list of preferred activities. No, yeah. You know, sometimes it helps to talk about it and, like, you know, work on coping mechanisms or whatever, but sometimes old wounds, like you said, you've dealt with them, you've done all the work that you can possibly do, and it just feels better not to think about them. So I totally understand that. Do a squat. Thank you, Iltzine. How you doing? Welcome welcome to the stream. Okay, let's do a squat. Okay. Let me not hurt myself. Oh, fuck. I do not have balance. Self-hatred one. Don't do that. Yeah, don't poke this out. Well, welcome in, Iltizine. How are you doing today? Let's do a quick shout out for Iltizine over here. Shout out. That's not the right buttons. Ilt was doing their first playthrough of Grounded the other day when we raided in. From AMA to base building, Iltazine's variety stream is a wild ride. From grounded adventures brought by chat to diving into layered games and chasing 100% achievements, they're all about the journey. Year 2 story mode has them laser focused, literally on progress, with a nod to old school Zelda for that nostalgic kick. Crusties unite for epic streams. Welcome in, Ilt. How you doing? We do Rimworld Monday, Wednesday, Friday And Oxygen Not Included on Tuesday, Thursday. I stream noon to 6 Pacific Standard Time, Monday through Saturday. Saturday is our wild card day, which is why I was doing Dyson this past Saturday. And thank you and everybody who came in on Saturday. I learned a lot from everybody who came into chat. Chris recommended we raid over to you, and then you said a few things that like got my brain going too. Like, I learned so much about gaming when I stream. I kind of want to stream more Dyson, but we've got a bit of a schedule going. We just started a new playthrough on Ani, so we got to put some time into that. And this playthrough is... we're deep into this playthrough. I don't know if you play Rimworld as well. I probably asked and already forgot because, you know, ADHD and whatnot. But we're... God, I don't even know how much time we got into this. I'm scared to look. 3 days, 7 hours, and 27 minutes of real-life time just to get to this point. We started with a single rich explorer. And last stream on Friday, we lost 3 people. And then we got two new recruits. One of them from a prisoner thing, one of them from a ideology join event. When I was first here, you were on Ani. I had wanted to see you play Rimworld because of how you play on hard mode. Hell yeah. Yeah, we're on 500%. Losing is fun. Randy random. No traps, no kill boxes, and no mods. So I play on ultra hard mode shit. You know, if I hate myself, I would low-key appreciate, like, you know, not bringing it up if I don't bring it up, but they did it. I'm sorry your family put you through that, Sparta. We do have the mental health awareness tags, and we do have the chronic illness awareness tags on stream. I deal with ADHD and bipolar, even though I have meds for both. You know, you still deal with stuff. And I went through a lot of stomach surgeries in the last 5 years. Health is starting to come back together, but I went over to the other side. I went from having stomach surgeries and getting so skinny it was scary to putting on too much weight, which is why we have the do a squat redemption. I got to do something to get myself doing a little bit of exercise. I left it at 1 squat because I don't think I could physically do much more than 1 squat at a time, but I appreciate you guys doing that. Also with the hydrates, I know nobody put that up, but let me give a quick drink to this. I knew I had you followed. I remembered why now. Yeah, hell yeah. So quick rundown of the colony. A lot of these have been named by people in the community, but we do have a few new ones. I don't think Grump is named, right? Did we rename Grump? I think that was the name they came with. Eugene and Kinkoark are unnamed, so if people want to do point redemptions to name them, you can. Humph and Maker are our 2 melee pawns. Julie is our sniper. Barb is the longest standing pawn and started out as a real liability. We took her because she was in a relationship with our original pawn, who's now dead. I'll be in and out eating right now and gonna shower. Of course, of course. You got to take care of your body first. You know, that's an important thing to do. But 4 of our pawns are vampires. Humph, Maker, Julie, and Barb are all vampires. Everybody else is a normal pawn. I think Julie is almost ready to make somebody else a vampire, but I don't want to make anybody else a vampire just yet. I don't want everybody being a vampire. I think we could afford 1 more because 4 blood bags seems to be keeping us positive on the blood. We've got almost 40 packs of blood, but it's better to have a little extra for those times we need to use the abilities a lot. Alright, this thing is still going with the steel. Kincaid? I could do that. Thank you for redeeming that, Sparta. Kincaid is easier than Kinkoark, because I can't... I've just been calling them Kinko. Alright, Kincaid. Bank is headed down towards the trade. And overall, I guess we're just doing stuff. I keep trying to figure out what it is we really need to do. Let's get Barb into the flak chest here. Oh, I had her put down that toxic waste pack, so... Let's get Maker to haul that. I know he's mining and that's important, but... also, I would love to get some smelting done, but we're low on power at the moment. We need those windmills to kick on a bit. Let's get this turned off for a hot second. And Barb, can you... Eugene is on it? Okay, Eugene can replace the broken component. What's Barb doing? Cleaning. Now, we've got plenty of components. We're growing cloth. Okay, there's a few more things I'd like to smelt down, so once our batteries get charged... Low-key, I want a double redeem to rename bank to ATM. Yeah, but I think... Was it you or Blue that renamed bank? I think... On top of a bank. If you were the one that renamed bank and you want to spend points to rename them, cool, but I think it... If I remember correctly, it was Blue, wasn't it? Or was it you? I don't remember things that happened past, like, you know, the beginning of this stream. Do you guys have trades? Or are you just here dicking around? The Circa people. You know, I would piss these people. If there was a good pawn among these three, I would arrest them and kill the other ones. But there's no good pawns among those pawns. So we need more. We need more. Blue. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, that's the thing about name redemptions. If a pawn's already been named by somebody, you can't rename it, because then that would be unfair to the person who named it the first time around. We've got some dye. Who's next up to get their stuff dyed up? I kind of want to get Ben dyed up. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Blue. Huh. It's so weird. I'm going to think of Ben as red forever because they've been wearing the red hood, but I guess Ben's favorite color is green. Brightest color so far. I've noticed that Rimworld pawns tend to like very muted colors. There are very few that have like their favorite color as like a bright, vibrant color. So at least Ben likes bright, vibrant green. Oh god, okay. Julie needs death rest. How bad does Julie need death rest? Pretty goddamn bad. Julie, let's get you death resting. It's always terrifying to have your best gunner go down for death rest, but you know, we gotta do what we gotta do. She's gonna be first in line to get a death rest casket and an accelerator. In fact, that should be something that goes on our list of priorities, stuff that we should definitely be looking to get done soon, is getting everybody, all our vampires. None of that is any good. They're a very depressive bunch. That fit right in. Aw. I wish I could give you a hug, Sparta. I've dealt with anxiety and depression my entire life. A lot of it comes from the bipolar and the ADHD being undiagnosed. Now that I'm on meds for both and I'm aware of them, it's a little easier to manage. But those things never go away. They're just, you know, the meds help keep them under control, but... Nope. Alright, I guess we could speed this along a little bit. Every time I go fast, I feel like I'm missing something. Alright, we've got 33 cloth over here. I also don't want the cloth over here. These were our only, like, storage areas for the longest time, so we have, like, everything on here. But I would prefer not to have anything crazy on there. In fact, we can put this down to low priority, because I'd rather the medicine be on these shelves. I want to try and get as much stuff off the ground as possible. I wish my depressive tendencies was a mental health issue. I could just pop drugs and band-aid the problem. Not that lucky. Yeah, I mean, I went through a lot of hard stuff in my life, so it's always sticks with me. I've had some, whether I have meds or not, I still have really bad days sometimes. In fact, I think it was not last week, but the week before, I canceled Monday's stream because I needed a mental health day. I was so depressed and just really fucked up in my head to the point where I was like, if I stream, I'm gonna be shitty. Like, I will stream most times I'm having a bad day because I've always felt like it's important to be real. There's not a lot of real people, so to speak. You always put your best foot forward when you're doing entertainment, but one of my things has always been that I want to stream even when I'm not feeling the best. Couple of reasons. I think it's important to show that side of things, that not everybody who is streaming or entertaining is always happy. Like, they go through things too. They're people too. The other is that often when I stream, it helps my mental health. I'll start off a stream sometimes like, hey everybody, I'm so fucking depressed, I don't know how to handle anything. I just want to hang out and play some games and talk a little bit and see how the day goes. And by the end of stream, I'm feeling really good about myself. So, just because of circumstances rather than a fucking mental issue, which makes it even worse because I just at least find comfort in the fact it's treatable. Yeah, I mean, at that point, working to get out of the situation and trying to get into therapy is probably one of the best ways to deal with that. But yeah, if you're stuck in your situation, it's never a really great place to be. Non-ideal temperature, so we are definitely too cold in here. In here we're maintaining well. Can I get away with moving another heater? Hauling heater. There are some things I'd really like to do in here. Polar bear migration. Oof. Okay. I mean, it would be rude not to, right? I mean, too bad Julie's not up and running around, but lack of success in my life is what's constantly kicking me in the teeth. Yeah, it's a hard one because success. So one thing I've learned and that I've talked about with people is that success breeds success. So when you get caught in that loop of like being upset that you're not successful, it makes it harder to be successful. So it's one of those things where it's a really hard place to break the cycle. Because if you're focused on failure, that's kind of what... So, how do I explain? If I tell you not to think about elephants, what do you think about? You think about elephants. So, your brain doesn't recognize not as a real thing. So, when you say... When you're talking about, like, being a failure, like, saying... I don't want to be a failure, your brain doesn't see the don't part. Your brain pictures failure. And then trying to avoid failure is not the same thing as moving towards success. And it is one of the hardest things in the world to reprogram your brain around that. But it's the whole concept of visualization. There's that book or movie or whatever, The Secret, that talks about that stuff. And it's... I've found it very annoying when people are like, oh, you just have to, you know, positive visualization type thing, because it's not an easy thing to do. My mother says, think positively and you'll have success. Pray tell me, how the fuck am I supposed to look positively if I never succeed? That is the conundrum. Your mom's not wrong, but it's not an easy thing to do. For me, I'd say it starts with little things, like being conscious of the wording you use with stuff. Like when you're writing or typing a message, like taking a beat to make sure that you're approaching it from the positive side as opposed to the negative side of things. Just the tiniest, it's like everything else. It's always a tiny baby step is the answer to that question. You can't just start thinking positively about things, because that's not realistic for someone who's dealing with depression and having like that uphill battle type thing. And circumstance is a big thing. If you're born into the wrong circumstance, having any degree of success can be an uphill battle, even if you have positive thinking. But I would say it's little things, like finding the silver lining in stuff, you know, or finding the good. How do I explain? It's like, let's say you're writing a game review, right? And there are things about the game you like, but things about the game that you don't like. If you focus on, and I mean, obviously, like, not everybody's a game review writer. That's a weird job, but you know, you got to apply it to everything. Like, and I'm not saying you only talk about the good things, but when you talk about the negative parts of the game review, it should be like, here are the solutions that I see to the issues that the game has. And I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. I approach things towards positively with people. Towards myself, I am ruthless. Yeah, that is a common thread with depression in people. It's easier to let go of stuff with other people than it is to be good to yourself. Okay, so moving that heater dropped the temperature in here. We can't really do that, so we got to put that heater back. That sucks. How many heaters can we freaking build becomes the question. Let's put 2 more in over here. I try to use my mom friend override to be like, my friend would never let anyone say these things to me, but to meet yogurt doesn't actually care much for logic. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's not an easy one. Like, I want to say, oh, you just do that, but any sentence that starts with "you just do" is usually not a very helpful one. Because if it was easy as just doing this or just doing that, then you would already be doing it. I think it all just comes down to little stuff. Like I said, I've dealt with a lot of depression, especially with my health issues. Trust me, it is easy to get upset when your body is just trash. I spent a lot of time just being like, man, I don't want to do this again today. I don't want to get up and do this again. I can't get up and do this again today. There are even days still where I get up and I feel like that. Sometimes for me, like, just being awake is hard. Like, even today I got up and I was like, oh, I don't want to do this. And I didn't mean like, I don't want to stream or I don't want to game or I don't want to do whatever we're doing today. But there was a big part of me that was just like, I don't want to be awake today. Like, I just want to lay back down. I want to sleep for another 3 hours. I want to get up. I don't want to have any, like, scheduled obligations. I want to hang out with everybody, but I don't want to, like... Again, I love streaming. I'm here. I'm talking. I'm having a good time. We're playing the game. We're getting stuff done. We're moving along. But sometimes even just the act of being awake is too much. So it's a difficult thing. I think trying to do your best any given day is all anybody can do. So Alright, so we fell behind on the berries a little bit because I let this room get too cold. With those extra 2 heaters, we're up to growable temperatures, so that'll work. Let's offload some junk over here and see what we can get. 2300 is nothing to sneeze at. We got to grab those advanced components, 100%. We need to make some bionics. We need to start getting people bionic legs and shit. That's my issue. All of elementary and all of high school, they said, if you just deal with school, you'll make it. And I feel I was repeatedly lied and deceived and fucked over. Now with college, it's even worse. I'm still not in the position where I can actually be somewhere in the world they promised with education. Yeah, I mean, a hard lesson, that's all bullshit. What you were told by those people, and I'm sure that's part of what you're dealing with, that's all bullshit. School doesn't help everybody. School is not the answer. School teaches you, especially high school, school teaches you to be subservient and complacent with being a pawn. Working in a factory, working in an office, they tell you to just keep your head down and do the work and you'll be rewarded and everything will be good, but that's programming. That's not education. Rick and Morty makes the joke, school's not for smart people. It's not. School is not for smart people. School is anything that you can learn in school, you can learn better through interacting with people or reading or watching YouTube videos. Knowledge is not what school is about. Like programming, complacency, putting you in your place, turning you into a good little robot is what school is about. Too many people give advice on how they succeeded in the world, and that doesn't exist anymore. Yeah. The world has completely changed. A lot of what older people are going to tell you is absolute bullshit. I'm an older person, but I don't have kids, and I'm not like, I think even my age and younger, and I'm not young. I'm not like, not ancient yet, but I'm not young either. But the world is very different than it was when our parents grew up. And a lot of people just, like Aya said, they haven't accepted that. They think the world is still the same. It really did used to be, like, put in the hard work and get things done. I mean, none of us are screwed or good in any way. Like, there's that old saying, reality is what you make of it. And, ooh, sheep wool parka, yes please. And it's cheesy, and there are definitely outside influences that you have to deal with, but nobody is a main character. I think one of the problems with the way we're brought up with Disney movies and with school and with all the stories and stuff is we're given this idea that the main character in a story goes through trials and tribulations, and because of those trials comes out the other end as, it's like they earned their place as the hero because they went through the pain. And that's bullshit. That's not how the world works. Nobody's going to reward you. There is no storyline. There is no overarching story. Every day you have to make the choices and just do things. There is no main characters. There are no characters. That whole all the world's a stage thing refers more to the idea that we're all playing at being human, that there's this concept of like what humanity is, and we're all pretending to be that and being a character. It doesn't mean that there are main characters and things that like you're not to quote Fight Club, but you're not special. You're not a beautiful and unique snowflake. You're the same decaying organic matter as everything else. So at the end of the day, you got to make your own things happen. And if you have good people in your life that help you, and that works. You standing alone as an island against everything is almost impossible. So you need help, you need community, and that's what I love about our community is we all help each other. Yeah. congrats, you're traumatized. No, go and live the rest of your life. Now go and, yeah, basically. I can use my father as an example. My father was an angry, shitty douchebag of a person who took all of his pain and aggression and stuff out on everybody else. And for me, I was always angry at him. I was like, fuck this guy. How could he fucking do this to me? Because in my mind, I was the main character. I was like, I was being attacked by this person, but he wasn't attacking me. He was just living his life, and he went through a lot of trauma and bullshit. And so what that did is allowed me on my side not to forgive him, but to let go of my anger. Because now when I look back at my memories of him screaming at me, I see a tiny little kid crying because his mom was bad to him. That doesn't excuse his behavior, but what it does allow me to do is not perpetuate the cycle. Like, he wasn't screaming at me because I was doing something wrong. He was screaming at me because he was broken and traumatized. And it is his responsibility to take responsibility for the trauma that he went through. So that's that whole acknowledging a problem is the first step to solving it. But he never acknowledged there was a problem. He lived in this world where he thought of himself as the main character. He was the important. He was the protagonist. Everything was happening to him, and he was, and like, so the way he acted and interacted with people was very selfish. And I think one of the keys to avoiding selfishness is one of the keys to avoiding pain is to relinquish selfishness. We grow by embracing each other with the idea of just going against my principles. The whole world is against me shit. So hold on. Let me actually like do this trade, but I'll get into some stuff here. What do we need? We're growing cloth. We should probably grab components. We've got plenty of food, plenty of meat. I think maybe medicine is a good one. Do we have any shock lances or insanity lances, or did we buy all that shit up? I think we bought all that shit up. A jump pack wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, but I prefer our other bits. I would like to get some wood, because I'd like to get beer going. How much wood can we carry back? As crazy as it is, I think I'm going to grab wood. Can we get medicine? Does that, like, that screws us up. Alright, let's do that. I am not going to poke that can of worms, Blue. My dad and my brother, if we understood at all, we'd forgive all. This feels more upsetting now, and I know what he did to my mom. Yeah, some people preach the philosophy that benefits them the most. Hi, kitty cat. The simplest answer to all of these mental problems is get yourself a kitty. It'll provide other problems, like him breaking expensive stuff and, having to clean up poop, but this helps me a lot. This right here, this keeps me sane. This is the answer. Right, buddy? I love this boy. So, the story I was going to tell, because you were talking about going against your principles, I always wanted to be good growing up. Like, I had that instilled in me, like, be good, because my dad was kind of religious, but, like, kind of not, but there was always this overarching thing of, like, be good, don't cheat, don't steal, don't do this, and I'm not saying that's wrong or right or whatever, I think it's important to be empathetic, and, what the general association of good is stuff that comes from empathy. Don't steal because you wouldn't want people to steal from you. Don't hurt people because you wouldn't want people to hurt you. So all of that rings true. But I lived a part of my life where my whole goal was to be a metal rock star. Like, all I wanted to do was play metal and fucking party and be, and a lot of that came from my insecurities and my desire to feel accepted. So I spent a lot of my life more or less living like a sociopath. All of my decisions were not based on what was good for me. Now, I say more or less because it wasn't that I wasn't aware of the bad consequences. It's that every choice I made was what makes the better story. Do we go with this guy into the dark alley, Well, it makes a better story if we do, so let's go there. And I wound up getting into a lot of fucked up situations, and it's a miracle that I'm actually still alive after all the shit I went through. But I lived that way for a long period of my life. What makes the better story? Or that as soon as you say an absolute, you are automatically wrong. Everyone is not true if there is even one person who doesn't. Yeah. You never touch me or my brother like that, so don't worry about us, but we're good. With him, his main issue is grew up religious and never talked about sex in this family. He never learned, at least until it was too late. I am too kind and honorable, and I feel I just have to effectively a fucking sociopath to get my life on track. So Sparta, you're basically touching on what I was just saying. I felt the same way. I was like, I spend too much time trying to be good, and me being good is hurting me. So why don't I just do whatever the fuck I want to do, whatever benefits me the most, and not worry about how it affects other people. And I spent a lot of my life living like that. And I'll tell you this from personal experience, living in contrast to your nature only makes the situation worse. It seems like it would be a good idea, and I think the healthy version of that is making sure to set boundaries, because there's that old saying, givers have to set boundaries because takers won't. So you have to set boundaries, but setting boundaries and allowing yourself to be a quote unquote bad person to progress your life are different things. And I am much happier now that I live more true to my nature, because I just am. It's just a better way for me to live personally. This can be psychoid. Now, I think we're bringing home enough wood to build this brewery finally. Tachyon, no. Nobody. See, this is what I was saying. Other problems? Hey, bud. A little more shoulder time? Can we do more shoulder time? Will that be okay? We'll try and play and have shoulder kitty time. He's a good boy. He's such a good boy. I love this baby. It's a good idea, but in practice it's bad. Yeah, because you'll be hurting yourself. You'll, again, not to reference Rick and Morty too much, but, there's the episode where they detox, and it removes all their what they think is their worst qualities. And Morty has too much of a conscience, so he never does anything bad, so he always holds himself back, and he becomes this badass stockbroker that basically rips people off, but makes a lot of money. And even so, in theory, you could be successful by ignoring all of your inclinations to be a kind and decent person. But there's a part of you that's going to die a little bit every time. And it's not going to be... It's just going to cause... It's the opposite side of the same coin of pain. On the honorable side, any action I deep dishonorable, minor shit like cheating on tests makes me feel sick. Yeah, I'm with you right there. My thoughts on principles is that at the end of every day, you are with yourself. So if you can't stand who you are, that is not going to make a bad situation any better. Yeah, what I said. That's right on the nose. Let's get another flak vest going. Like exactly what she said. You have to live with you. No matter what you do, you're always going to be living with you. So if you do something that makes you successful in somebody else's eyes, let's say this is what killed me about working for the repair company that I was working for. They had convinced themselves that it was okay to lie, cheat, and steal because that's what everybody did, and that's how you had to be to make good decisions. One of them, legitimately, you could tell it didn't bother him at all. The other one was very religious and was like, God will forgive me for doing what I have to do. So they both rationalized it in different ways, but they rationalized being bad to people. dude, we're charging this guy $400 to replace the keyboard. All we had to do was like turn it on, off and on again. It's like, and they were like, yeah, but we have to overcharge on the easy repairs, because if we don't, then when the hard repairs come in and we get screwed, we know we don't make money. If we're fair to everybody, it just puts us out of business. And I was like, that's terrible. And they're like, yeah, but that's business. And so I went into that place and I was good at that job. I made sure nothing fell through the cracks. I avoided all sorts of situations where people would bring repairs in that I'm like, nope, this is a money sink. We're never going to be able to fix this. And I would turn them away, or I'd explain it to them up front so we didn't get caught holding the bag. I had all of the orders on point. I didn't drop the ball on anything. I cleaned up all of their long-standing problem repairs. I got them sorted out real good. But I literally came home every day in tears because it was soul-crushing to have to live that life. And that's why I quit that job. It's why usually, like, I can't stand office jobs, because most of them have some degree of that. Some degree of you have to turn off the honorable part of your brain and just go and do business. And that is really painful for someone who is empathetic. And doing this has been, this is why I talk about wanting to make this my career. We'll go over the story. I'll try to make it brief since I know most people here at the moment have already heard it. But when I started, it was just, I know how to run my mouth and I know how to play video games. Those are two things I'm good at, and those seem to be the skills you need to be a streamer, so let me try this. And it was enjoyable. I was streaming, mostly streaming to 0 to 1 person. And one day I streamed and someone was there talking to me all day. And when they left, they're like, hey, man, I just wanted to let you know, like, I've been hospitalized for suicide, like, watch. And I've been through all of the darkest, most horrible times you can imagine. I deal with depression and anxiety, basically, like, listed, like, I go through all the bad. And they were like, I didn't think about any of the bad today, though, because I was here with you in your stream. And you talked to me as a person. You respected me. You were kind to me. And I want you to know that means a lot to me. Tachyon, no. Tachyon, no. And ever since then, it's been like, buddy, please. Please? Please stop? Rubbing the camera is not going to do anything. If I let him rub it, will he stop eventually? Will he get over it? Hey, bud. Come here. This is my cameraman. This is my cameraman. My empathy murders me. I mean, it quite literally. My life is just not in a good position, and my family digging into old wounds is getting the fucking gear turning in its bad juju. He's claiming the camera. Yes. It's your camera? Don't you meow at me. You're gonna be a punk ass. Go be a punk ass somewhere else. Sparta, that's why I got away from my family. Like, you mentioned a few things, so based on what you've said, I'm guessing you're college age. So you're in a weird position because you're probably not making enough money to go out and go on your own or whatever. But I'm gonna be the first person to say that if family makes you feel bad, if being around your family brings out the worst in you, you shouldn't be around your family. Family is not number one. Family is just strangers you happen to be blood related to. Any money and first degree disabled, so half blind. Oh God, yeah. I've been trying to find myself a better situation for years and years now, going through all of my surgeries and stuff like that. I am in crippling debt. I live in a house that is falling apart, that I rent from someone who sucks at taking care of the house, and I have some good roommates, but I have some roommates that make it difficult too. Money is impossible to keep up with, so I'm right there with you. Isn't who you're born with, it's who you die for. Exactly, what Blue said. There's a lot of emphasis in modern society on family first. You have to take care of your family first. And it's all about, like, your blood is your blood. You have to be with them. Everybody references blood is thicker than water, but that's a paraphrase of blood. The blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb, which is a quote from the Bible. Literal meaning is your relationship with God is more important than the relationship with any human you'd have, including the one you're born to, I think. But more or less, the way it is looked at is those that are in the same battle as you, those that are going through the covenant could be, you know, the choice you make, your brothers and sisters in arms in the war of life. You know, those are the ties that matter more than the water of the womb, which is being born to your mother. The blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb, aka the people you choose over people you share the womb. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Refuse to use my medical records to get me into a job feels dishonorable. See, that's the thing though, Sparta. I've gone through the same thing in my life too. It's not dishonorable. Like, and I know that's something like you. I mean, you have to honor is something that's personal, so you have to choose for yourself. So that's not really. It's hard for me to just make a blanket statement like that. But I don't my pity. Yeah, no, I'm right with you. I don't want anybody to pity me either. But yeah, I want to say but. The buts suck, though. The buts are all the same thing that everybody else is telling you. It's like you gotta... It's that whole, like... All you want to do is complain about life, but you have to be alive to be able to complain about it. That's like the whole, like... problem with all of that is... Sometimes you gotta do the stuff that sucks to be alive, to be able to complain about, and it's not a good place to be. There's no real answer for it. These are all the classic thought experiments of philosophy, you know. A lot of places they are legally required to hire a set number of diversity, so in a weird case you're helping them. Yeah, it's a really difficult situation. I'm sorry this turned into a full-on mental health conversation stream, but I'm happy to be helping if I'm helping, hopefully. Oh, our batteries are shot. Alright, we're gonna have to let our batteries charge a little bit. $45.69. We need more power, but I don't want to put, like, I already feel like we're overdoing it on tox generators. If we put down more chem fuel generators, we need more crops to feed them. Yeah. I think chem generators... Okay. Let's get another one down. It's probably a me brain thing, but I never understood what the difference between sympathy and pity actually is when you're the target of it. Like, I know the difference in my head, but let me try and figure out what the correct words are. I don't know how to explain the difference. There is a difference, but I don't know how to explain it. I think they're kind of opposite sides of the same coin type of thing. Yeah, sympathy is being emotionally understanding. Yes. So like it's kind of like the sympathy would be like I understand how you feel. Like I can sympathize with your situation because I understand those emotions and I feel for you. Pity is like I understand the emotions you're going through and they're pathetic. And so pity has this like undertone, this connotation of judgment attached to it, whereas sympathy does not. Sympathy does not have any judgment attached to it, whereas pity has judgment attached to it. Is the way I look at it. Yeah, yeah. I think that's the way I think about it, Sparta. What the way you rephrased it. But yeah, that's more or less what I think the difference is, at least in my head. Okay, so we are officially not making enough chem fuel now, right? Because it's 2 per and we have 5, so we need another 2 of these. We need this research done though, so I think we have to make the choice between research and scanning. Because research is 200 plus 250, that's 450, and scanning is 700. So I don't think we can research and scan simultaneously. Did we get that finished flak? I know I told somebody to make a flak chest. We gave one to Barb, but we made one after that. Didn't we make another flak chest after that, or am I fucking crazy? Eugene put it on. That's who put it on. Eugene. I actually want Maker to put that, or no, Humph to put that on, because Humph is wearing a tattered one, and I need Humph to have a good flak chest. That's why we were making it. Family just did a number on me, and I just can't box it up. It's okay. You don't have to box it up. It's okay, Sparta. We're here for you. Like I said, this is not just a gaming channel. This is a lot. This is a human channel. We're here to help each other and look out for each other. As much as we're here to help each other with games, we're here to help each other with life. It's always free, Blue. Blue's being cheeky. But yeah, I'm glad you feel comfortable enough to talk with us, Sparta. We care about you. You know, I know a lot of our relationship here is everybody just talking about games and stuff like that, but I think everybody here has. I think most people in this community are some degree of neurospicy. You know, there's some flavor of neurospicy here, so we all understand the journey and the damage. So long enough, Blue. I have a lot of relatives that I do not consider family. We got you too, Blue. You can be too high for whatever you want to be too high for. I would really love to smelt some stuff down too. You know what? I kind of want to chop up these bears. Where is Bank? Bank is halfway back. I think we chop up the bears. Duh, bears. Having a fun time. Yeah, I hope everything. I hope that our streams are fun, or helpful to everybody. I'm trying my best over here. You know what I mean? I'm just another random person on the internet, so it's not like I'm gonna move these a little bit. Actually, screw it. We don't need a large space. I just want them to be up there. Not only am I now officially combo type ADHD, but I figured out one of my BP meds I was on might need to be stopped, aka I might get to try stimulants. Uh, I use stimulants for my ADHD. I have Ritalin. Currently, I missed my appointment, so I'm actually like I've got a couple of doses of my bipolar meds left, but I am out of my ADHD meds, so I've been compensating by drinking extra coffee the last day or two here, which I'm gonna get up and go and grab some more of shortly. But you know, I like hanging out and talking with you guys too, so. Bearskin rugs incoming. Negative 41 outside. It is just becoming impossible. I'm going to throw down another heater. We need this room to stay above 30 degrees. Yeah, multiplier of 5%. That is not going to grow fast enough to keep our chem fuel going. Buddy, Sparta, I say this with my whole chest as a people and families with autistics. You read so much as one too. Zero mental health issues and I was checked. I mean, even my therapist, well, not therapist, I have a psychiatrist, not a psychologist. They were like, I don't know if you're ADHD. It sounds like you're bipolar, but I don't know if you're ADHD. I was like, okay, well, let's work on the bipolar thing. And I did the bipolar meds for a while, and they helped, but I still felt like I related to every ADHD thing, every meme, every conversation, every YouTube video that talked about ADHD. I was like, I have ADHD. Like, I am sure I have ADHD. And after a few months of being on the bipolar meds, Doc would ask me every time, like, hey, how you doing? I'm like, look, bipolar meds are helping a lot, Doc, but I still think I have ADHD. And so we started on a very low dose of Ritalin and then gradually brought it up a little bit over time. I think I'm on a good dose. Sometimes I think I want to up the dose a little bit, but like instead of taking one dose, like I usually take my meds right before I go live, but I'm kind of thinking I might have him up it a little bit, but then split the pills in half and take like half a pill in the morning and half a pill in the afternoon. But I think an important thing to remember is that mental health is a journey, not a destination. I've said that about happiness before as well, but you know they're very in step with each other. Is meat allowed in here? It is. Why are we not hauling the meat in, guys? Alright, we need to knock out some rice, I think. Because I let our berries go too slow. So let's do a couple of rounds of rice biofuel. It is all based on biased little white boys' data from a Nazi doc trying to decide what autistics were worth not murdering, so pretty much agree. The fact my internal thoughts would stab me in the neck. Okay, so I have a very different take on meds than most people, so I'll share. I still don't believe there's anything inherently wrong with me. The problem with a lot of mental health stuff is the stigma associated with it being you are sick, you are broken, you are not what you're supposed to be. But there is no supposed to be. supposed to be by whose definition? You know, some, like you said, some random dude in a lab coat who's like, this is what humans are supposed to be. It's a bunch of nonsense. So I don't take meds to get better. Like, I don't think about it as that. The way I think about it is life exists, and there is a society that we're in, and there are certain things to function and be alive in that society that you have to do. Now, whether those things are normal or right or healthy or whatever doesn't actually matter. If taking the meds makes you survive better and live at a higher level, then take the meds. If you have to think about it as this pill is my superpowers pill, or this pill is my, you know, fuck it, let me just do what I need to do pill, however you want to look at it, I stopped looking at meds as I need to get better and started looking at them as I can't change the maze, so I'm going to do whatever I have to myself to run the maze, because you're gonna run the maze. There's no getting out of that. You can put in your time while you're running the maze to change it. You know, go over and slice at a wall, and maybe if you and enough people pick at a wall as you go through the maze, somebody will eventually have a shortcut through the maze, making the maze easier and better for the next people. But at the end of the day, we're all out there in the rat race. We're all part of that same, you know, problem of living in that maze. And so I'm not against taking performance enhancers, is basically what I'm saying. My performance enhancers are not like bigger muscle, like it's not like taking a bunch of creatine or what are those things called? I'm trying to think, the drugs that athletes take, performance enhancers, whatever. I'm taking performance enhancers like my brain, steroids, that's the word. My brain doesn't work in a way that leads to success in the current paradigm of the way the world and society works. That doesn't mean my brain is wrong, but you can't just press a button that says, hey, I'm not wrong, but society doesn't work, so we have to change society. You have to chip away at it little at a time, and in the meantime, you still have to live in that society. So if you need to take Ritalin, or I take lamotrigine for bipolar, or you need to get up every day and smoke a joint, or like have a beer at the end of the day, if it helps you be a better person, I'm all for it. Now, there is that fine line between making you better at dealing with life and using it as an escape. So like some people use drugs, whether they're legal or illegal, as an escape from reality as opposed to a way of dealing with reality in a more positive way. I think there's a very fine line with both of those, but that it's important to realize that you can't change the system. You can, but it's incremental and tiny change. And there's that old saying, society becomes a good place or a better place when people plant trees the shade of which they know they'll never sit in. In other words, you can't reliably expect to make sweeping changes to the overarching paradigm that is society in your lifetime. You can help to make it better so that other people down the line don't have to go through the same things you do. And there are measures you can take to make your life like a tiny bit better by like removing people from your life that are bad for you, or, you know, going to a country that has better health care for the conditions you have, et cetera, all these things. But at the end of the day, you have to find a way to be alive in order to be alive. It was a line my dad used when he getting his diagnosis, when the doc was like, you don't seem autistic, and my dad was like, I have 50 years of experience pretending not to be. Yeah, masking is huge. I haven't been diagnosed as autistic, but from what I've seen and read around the internet and like talked to doctors about, autism and ADHD are kind of closely related. Like some forms of ADHD are considered like mild forms of autism in some circles and stuff like that. At the end of the day, I don't give a fuck what I am. As long as I can get up and do things. And my pills, if I wasn't taking my bipolar meds, I wouldn't be here right today. Literally, I'm talking about today, Monday, August 5th, 2024. I would have gotten up this morning and I would have been like, I can't do it today. I can't be social. I can't talk. I can't have energy today. And I would have canceled stream. And I do that. If I wasn't taking my meds, I would do that often enough that this stream wouldn't be here. This community wouldn't be here. There wouldn't be any degree of success. Not that I'm like tearing the leather off the ball and like making millions of dollars streaming or anything like that. Quite the opposite. But at the end of the day, my meds help me get here every day and do the things that I know I want to do. And that's important for me. For sure, but you can have either or both. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you said what I was trying to get at, but... Alright, it's negative 58 out here. It's 52 in here. They're probably going to be upset that they're sleeping in the cold a little bit, but... Our power seems to be good. Man, if we could get flak chests on everybody, I'd be friggin' stoked. Okay, let's get this hooked back up. And flak chest. Oh, we don't have the cotton yet, but we will soon. Okay, let's not leave that connected till we're ready to go. My current problem is weed is the escape from my escape. Like how everyone was stuck indoors during COVID, I was effectively stuck indoors from roughly 16 to 21ish. It was fun at first, but oh my god, I'm stupidly burnt out on the internet, but I don't know what else to do. I don't know how to approach people. I don't know how to get a job, and... Raiding with a party of 182. Welcome in, Smurf. Welcome in, Raiders. Mortal Smurf is the Rimworld rebel, thriving on chaos and challenges. From okay, that just scrolled off fast. Thank you. Welcome in, Raiders. Burn the base. We're having a bit of a talk about mental health and like society and stuff because we do that a little bit here. But we are also making some progress on our Rimworld colony. For anybody who's been in here before, or who's new in here, I'm Nethercloud. I stream Monday to Saturday, noon to 6 Pacific Standard. We do Rimworld on Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Tuesday, Thursday, we do Oxygen Not Included. Saturday is a bit of a wild card. We did some Dyson Sphere program this last Saturday. This playthrough has been going a long time. 0 to 100 real quick. yeah, crazy. Thank you for the raid, Smurf. It really means the world to me. Guys, go check out Mortal Smurf. Smurf has been hanging out and just been a wonderful person in general. I know of Smurf's antics because I started watching Adam versus Everything, and of course, you know, Smurf is mentioned and awesome. And you start getting into a game, you start learning about all the people that have influence in the community, and I'm very like honored that you're down to come and hang out here and check out the stream. So makes me feel good. So thank you. So guys, definitely go check out Smurf. If you don't know who Smurf is, you should. So go follow him. Anyway, we've got a lot of hours in this. While we're talking about some deep, slightly more personal stuff. We need wood flooring. Yeah. We're at 3 days and 7 hours. Your sea ice colony is coming along great. Yeah, we finally scanned some steel that was close enough to the base. I have the scanner turned off right now because we're flicking things on and off as priority dictates. We finally got in some toxifier generators. We're up to 5 chem fuel generators. We're working on our second hydroponics setup. We lost 3 people on Friday. We had the Nossiosphere turn on us, and that did not go well. 3 people got killed. So much wood, all the wood. I actually have our Body Mastery trading pond coming back with some woods so I can make a brewery, so we can start actually having beer. I should put down some hops. I keep meaning to do that and keep forgetting. How close is this stuff? So when this is done, that'll be hops. We're doing a round of cloth right now because we need a few better parkas, and we need to do some flak chests. It's coming along nicely. That taking 3 losses was just so painful. Like I was really broken when it happened. It really kicked my ass, and I recovered psychologically, but it took a little while. We recruited a raider after that because right after we had the Gnociosphere kick our asses, we got a siege that was problematic. Okay, sounds good, Sparta. Oh yeah, we should consider buying some social skill trainers and that one implant to improve trade price and give them both to bank. That is a good idea. If we come across those, there was a medical skill trainer down there, and I didn't get it because Barb is doing all right on medical. She's up to a 13. She doesn't have a passion, so the trainer wouldn't have like juiced her too super hard either. But that great memory thing is coming in handy. Julie over here with the 18 in shooting is just mind blowing to me. She's also down for death rest for another 9 hours. Bank needs social impact headgear. Yeah, the psychic reader would be good for bank. Remind me of that when we go over there again, if we can snag one. My big deal right now is I'm trying to get to the point where we can start knocking out some bionics. So we're doing advanced fabrication research, and once we do that, we can start mining out the gold we've got on map. You know, we've got a few gold meteorites that dropped down. I don't want to get ahead of myself too much, because I don't want to. We're already at what, like 144,000. So let's do some hops in here, because Bank is coming back with the things we need. We have 1 keg built already, so let's do like just a handful of these as hops, and then we'll start switching the rest back over to rice for food. How insulating is a hood? I don't know. That's a good question. So if we look up hood, 3.2 degrees of cold, so not nearly as much, I think. I mean, this is a good ceremonial hood, but the ceremonial hood is 25.7 at good instead of... Plus, it's got a lot more sharp, I think. I don't think hoods are the way to go, quite honestly, but I might be mistaken. I do too much by feel in colony builders. Like, I'll do the math on stuff, and then people will ask me, like, oh, what's the math on that? And I'll be like, oh, I don't know. Past Nether did the math. Current Nether just goes off of the feel that past Nether's math gave them, so... Isn't affected by social impact. What's TPI? At least 1 hat to increase the Riz. Ha! Right? I literally had to have somebody explain to me what Riz was. Alright, so now we've got a ton of cloth. More cloth than we need, quite frankly. Fuck. Okay, so let's get in here. I want to make some parkas out of cloth, because we don't have any better material. So let's do like 3 parkas out of cloth. God, I'm tempted to do so much out of cloth here. Just because I know we've got human leather stuff, and Killer is officially not... Killer's officially not around. They got taken out, so... Let's make a few things. There's a modern slang for charisma. Charisma is so much more sophisticated. I mean... Language has the ability to evolve. You know, if people make slang, that's cool. Everything is slang. You know, a fork is a fork because somebody looked at it and made the noise fork one day, and that's why it's a fork. So I used to be more about using specific language, and there's definitely connotation to things. When you use slang, it has a slightly less, you know, formal feel to it. So you could make any argument for stuff like that. You know, I tend to agree with you in theory, but at the same time, I'm also like, I learned that's funnier than it should be. I came to the realization a few years ago that I am a D&D barbarian in real life. Big farmer tool that is like a fork called again. Pitchfork? So one of the things... Thank you for the follow. I really appreciate that. Can I read? Engrit81. Thank you for following. I appreciate that. So I read something about how language was actually used to keep people down. It was used as a social class tool. If you spoke a certain way, you were considered well-educated and rich and elite. And if you heard somebody speak with certain forms of dialect, you looked down on them because only the lower class spoke like that. So a lot of the intensity that people have when it comes to like, it has to be done the right way, has to be said the right way, comes from the elitist class trying to segregate themselves using language from the lower class. It was a way of determining who was poor and who was rich. Now, there are places that I believe that it is absolutely essential that you use proper language. If you're doing a scientific research paper, you better be using the right goddamn words. Like, there's no room for guessing or feelings or whatever if you're doing a scientific research paper. But if you're having a conversation with your friend or your family member and you guys have like feelings associated with words and you're like, when I say this, it means that, that's fine. Communicating with someone is more important than using the right words. I love linguistics and etymology so much. Languages are living, breathing machines that compress and expand as they need to. Dictionaries just record the footsteps. Yes, exactly. I get into that a lot with music theory, because there are people that believe that music theory is law. Like, this is what you have to do because music theory says you have to do it. Music theory is actually the science of music, and it is describing a naturally occurring phenomenon. It is not a hard set of rules. It is a description of why things work. That happened to English really hard when the Normans came and threw a bunch of French in here. Yeah, I don't know that particular history. You're... Random knows more than I do, guys. It is a bunch of cultures sneezing into a language. Yep, I know that much. But yeah, I don't know. I think if you're communicating well, then it doesn't matter what specific words you use. I think there are cultural implications to different languages and different slang and all that stuff, obviously. All right, the caravan arrived. Let's get Baitbot down over here. Are you carrying the stuff or is Bank carrying the stuff? I meant to drop this tainted gear. We're just going to drop it outside. We've been doing class language ever since. Thursday is Thor's Day. Yeah, I think I remember someone saying that. I think I've heard that before. At least it's not the council of old French dudes that specifically invent new French words to replace the dirty English slang. So much of this conversation is going over my head. My feeling on most stuff, if you're using anything to hurt other people, whether that is legitimately a sword that you are stabbing them with or words to cut through them emotionally, that's not cool. You know, I would like the world to be a kinder, better, gentler place. I am practical in the sense that I know that it is not, and it kind of touches on what we were talking about earlier. Like, the world is what it is, and you can't ignore that, but you should definitely put your best effort in to make the world a little bit better than the way you found it, you know? As I talked about having people come into streams and tell me that it helped their mental health by being here in stream because they felt like they had a friend or someone to keep them company or just, someone making sound to to fill the space so the darkness wouldn't fill that space. Whatever it is, the little bit that you get to help, I think, is important. Now, not everybody thinks that way. Everybody's entitled to their own opinions, and, you know, that old saying, opinions are like assholes. But, I don't know, to me, I think it's important to be, if not helpful, then at least not hurtful. Microorganisms, their little tendrils spin around really fast to propel them forward. We've finally been able to see it with enough precision to see that microorganisms use a literal motor to spin the things. I love sciencey stuff. Science is fun. Okay, sheep wool parka. I do believe this guy's wearing a human leather one, so let's get you into that. Okay, our brewery is coming online. I've got a few things of hops going. We've got berries over here to be made into chem fuel so that we could leave chem fuel going forever rather than relying on the rice. We should bring more of these online, though. I feel like it's a waste to have this light going without having all of these things up and running. So let's bring them online a little bit at a time. I'm going to say let's bring 3 more online for right now. I'm dyeing everybody their favorite color so that we get a little bit of mood boost from it. I saw that video on YouTube. Cool stuff. Oh, did I? I'm missing chat, which is fantastic. Thank you guys for chatting enough that it's hard for me to keep up. But, yeah. Life is interesting. Sometimes painful, sometimes wonderful, but always interesting, in my opinion. 25 degrees Fahrenheit in here. Negative 58 outside. We really need this to warm up. Okay, so all that stuff I said about putting those in, let's slap in a few of these guys first. Man, I play too many different games. I keep trying to use hotkeys from Dyson Sphere program. When we got the laser color imaging, they figured out that all the tissue in between organs is actually a whole new organ that we couldn't see because surgery destroys it. Oh, nothing, just me brooding that sometimes I still miss the good things my ex did, especially after my family today. Yeah, there's good memories associated with a lot of stuff. You know, just because people aren't currently good for you doesn't mean that they didn't have good moments with you in your life. As I was saying earlier, I haven't spoken to my blood family in probably a decade. Some of them are even dead now. But I'll talk about my family on stream and with friends, and I'll be like, oh yeah, I remember this cool time that me and my sister did this. And they're like, I thought you hated your family. And I'm like, it's more complicated than hating my family. Like, I hate what my family does to me as a person. They make me a worse person, so I don't want to be around them. But that doesn't mean that I don't have good memories. Just because a person isn't good for you or you grew apart doesn't mean that you didn't have good times. So, relationships are a two-edged sword. Sometimes they cut you, sometimes you use them to cut others, and they defend you. If there are 0 good memories of your ex, you shouldn't have dated them. I mean, say that's probably true. I mean, there's always that you know, the saying of like, you know, the old saying, people come into your life for a season, a reason, or a lifetime. Sometimes even if nothing was good between you and another person, the reason is the important part. You know, they taught you something or whatever. I don't know. I'm not a psychiatrist or a psychologist. I'm just a guy who likes to do as much as he can to help people while simultaneously playing video games on the internet. So bank is back. How are we until our next rituals? 4 days until our next rituals. Alright. I'm going to get rid of the plan up here, because it's just sitting there doing nothing. I would like to expand our outer walls, but as far as priorities go, that's not super high up there. In reasons, stuff I've learned from. Yeah. So we're up to 40 degrees out here. We're at 53 in here. We just do not have the ability to keep stuff super warm. It's negative 41. I'm in Fahrenheit. I do apologize to anybody who's in... Why the fuck are we walking in and out of these doors, guys? You want to know why it's cold in here? Because you motherfuckers are just standing in the fucking doorway. Jesus. I like having this doorway here from when we're dealing with combat stuff, but they just really love to just walk out here and have problems. Need a hot minute to get my head straight. It's okay, Sparta. I'm so sorry. Flu. Mr. Ben, Mila, Sam, BD, and Eugene. Okay, so I'm not losing people to the flu. So let's give everybody some good medicine. And let's kind of just... Everybody on bed rest first. Let's get everybody into bed. And let's micromanage Barb to get everybody tended up because she's the doctor. Ben, Mila, Sam, BD, and Eugene. Sam. Okay, so Sam is one of the prisoners. Okay. Sam, let's... Yeah, I want my blood bags to stay good. On the balance, we all have to decide if a relationship is healthy for us, toxic to us, and are useful enough to keep. Then whether it is ethical to continue a struggling relationship. Each person in the relationship does this. Yeah, I'm good, guys. Don't worry. Just getting my emotions under control after today is not simple. Totally understand, Sparta. I'm a hugger, so all the digital hugs coming your way. If you were here and you were up for it, I'd give you a big old bear hug and squeeze you. Like, you know, just tell you it's going to be okay. Life is not easy. Some days are harder. Some days are less hard. But I think it's important to have people and community that you can talk to and be a part of. I hope we've been helpful and not exacerbated the problem. I think everybody here in our community has gone through a lot of different stuff. So. Hydrate. We gotta hydrate. Do I have my water? Ooh. I have my water, and I have my water glass. So let me pour. If I don't keep a jug of water next to my desk, I won't pour myself water. I'll be like, oh, I need water. I'll go get it in a little bit, and then I'll never go get it. So. Appreciate that, guys. I tend not to drink enough water in general. Doctor's like, you got to stay on top of that. Like, you got to hydrate yourself. It's not an option. I'm also supposed to be losing weight, so we added the do a squat redemption. But, man, I think my biggest issue with losing weight is I cannot throw off the late night snack vibe. Like, literally last night, I was anxious. I was getting to the point where I was literally sitting here just kind of like twitching a little bit and bouncing my leg. I'm like, the grocery store closes at midnight. You don't need food. Don't go to the grocery store. Don't go to the grocery store. Don't go to the grocery store. I managed to stop myself from going to the grocery store. But then from midnight to 2 a.m., I was just sitting there like, all right, the liquor store is open till 2. Like, don't go to the liquor store. Not for booze, for like soda and candy and like chips and stuff like that. I was like, don't go to the liquor store. Don't go to the liquor store. I told myself that for almost an hour and 45 minutes. And then like 15, 20 minutes before the liquor store closed, I was like, I got to do it. I got to go. I got to go. And I stood up and I went and I got a soda, a candy bar, and some chips. And like, that is so hard for me to not do and so bad for me with my stomach problems. You sort out your stuff. You feel that so hard, Mayday? You do what works to feel better. Sugar will do as a Band-Aid? Yeah, I mean, as far as the Band-Aid, sugar's a good one, like I was just saying. Meat suits need fuel. Yeah, I overeat. Like, I know I overeat. So we were talking about, like, what we do other than like sitting inside and gaming. I don't do anything. Like and it's not even that I want to. Like that's the funny part is I have no interest in like going out to bars or sporting events or clubs or any of that stuff. That's just not my jam. I spend like I finish streaming, I eat dinner, and then I start playing a different game. Do a squat. Thank you, Sparta, keeping me healthy. Let's do it. Let's all do a squat together. Oh. I've been struggling with weight my whole life. I'm 340 pounds. Random, my heart goes out to you. I have only ever been skinny twice in my life. Once I more or less had anorexia. Not like fully, but like I was so self-conscious about my weight cuz I was a big kid my whole childhood. And I was just getting bigger and bigger, and at one point I just stopped. I was just like, I'm not eating unless I'm starving. Unless I literally have pain in my stomach, I'm not eating anything. And then I would get pain in my stomach, and I would eat as small a piece of food as humanly possible. Just like, all right, half a chicken breast and like one little like crown of broccoli. And I would eat that, and that's all I would eat. 99 pounds. You need to eat, Sparta. I had an ex who was self-proclaimed foodie with a body to match, sure, fine, but when they started having medical issues directly caused by overconsumption and alcohol, and they refused to accept it, I had to break things. Yeah, I mean, you don't want anybody hurting your partner. And if your partner is the one hurting your partner, that puts you in a hard situation, you know? It evaporates another, it just evaporates. I wish I... Not that I wish I had that problem, but I wish I had that problem. Stretch your meat suits after exercise. Did I not stretch? Was I supposed to stretch? Oh, my chat takes better care of my body than I do. So anyway, I'm just going. I appreciate everybody keeping the conversation up and such. Let's get you set to make wart forever. We've got a barrel here. We should probably get a second barrel. Yeah, I'll throw down one more barrel if we have the wood for it. No. Never mind, guys. Wait, how much wood does it cost? 30 wood. Yeah, we don't have enough wood. So we've got a barrel and we've got a brewery. You cursing a problem, you would. Maybe not initially, but after a while you would. Yeah, I mean, two sides of the coin, right? Being over or underweight sucks. They both cause problems. So, as I was saying, I've only ever been skinny twice in my life. Once was when I was like so small because I wouldn't eat anything. All I did was chop and cut wood, chop, stack, chainsaw wood with my brother, and just completely didn't eat unless I was starving. And I got pretty skinny. And a lot of people were like, you're too skinny. And I never saw it. I had total body dysmorphia at the time. I was like, no matter how much weight I lost, I was like, no, I'm good. Like, this is the best I've ever looked and felt in my life. I got down to 260 a few years ago, but it's because I was dying. Same thing, random. I've had 6 stomach surgeries over the last 5 years, and the last 6 months I've been recovering. So it was actually 6 in about 4.5 years, and that's the other time I was skinny. I got scary skinny a few years back because I was just in the hospital all the time in the hospital. So BMI is nonsense that does not work for anyone who isn't entirely European in heritage. Body mass index? All the barrels, more mead. Yeah, we definitely want beer in our lives. I put down 4 hydroponics basins of hops. After we harvest that and start making that into beer, I'll drop that down to 1 hydroponics basin. We do really kind of need to go back to, well, no, we don't need to go back to making food. We've been doing okay. Not having the ghoul has been leaning a lot less heavy on our food supplies. With fabrication, advanced fabrication, though, we do need to get ourselves some gold. So let's put our... I really should give Area 1 a name, but Area 1 is basically our mobility pawns. Do I want... Okay, what are we doing on steel? 320 steel is not enough for anything. I mean, it's enough for some things, but... How many components do we have? 55 components. Alright, I'm gonna forbid this, and so our miner should go up here. Maker is our miner. I would love to make Maker a production specialist, but he's the only one that's good at mining. I think I'm carrying around about 80 pounds of water weight right now because my kidneys are that shot. Oh, fuck, that sucks. It might not look like it because I'm tall and you guys only see my head, but I'm probably about... When I went to the doctors, I was 234, 244 pounds, and I've definitely put on at least 10, 15, maybe even more pounds since then. So I'm like somewhere around 250, 260 myself right now. I'm tall, so I wear it well, as far as, like, I'm not, like, pear-shaped so much, but I'm getting there. And I gotta, I'm trying really hard to slow it down. It really is the snacking that gets me, though. Alright, let's research marine armor. I want to start getting marine helmets in the mix really quick here. And we've got people just chilling with the flu. I got to remember to keep an eye on this. Guys, if I talk too much, remind me to check the flu. If we lose somebody to the flu, I'm gonna be pretty bummed out. Actually, let's go in here. We've got plenty of herbal medicine now, so let's not do doctor care, no medicine. Let's do herbal medicine. So at least we got that. Humph needs death rest. How bad do you need death rest? Pretty bad. Alright, let's get you down for death rest then. Alright, when you're done with what you're doing, go death rest. Oh, we do have preach health. That is very true. Who needs preach health more than anything? 15 over 10. 16 over 10. 16 over 11. 17 over 11. So probably BD. I just put the preach health person... Wait. Yeah, I just put the preach health person down to sleep. Well, that's fine. BD needs medical treatment. Let's get that done. Yeah, Whoops is absolutely right. We'll be fine. I don't want to go too fast here. I want to make progress, so I keep like tapping a little bit of 2, a little bit of 3, but main thing here is I want to make sure we don't forget to micromanage the flu. We should be okay. It looks like everybody's reasonably well ahead of it. And we're telling everybody to rest first because most people are idle anyway in this colony most of the time. We have people basically because they hold guns. Like, what do you need me to do in the colony? Okay, here's a gun. If something needs to be hauled, help haul things. But other than that, just make sure that gun is ready to fire. My shoulders are still the widest part of me. I look like a dwarf from Lord of the Rings in a tropical shirt. Oh, I used to always wear tropical shirts. I kind of miss my days wearing the tropical shirts. Like, I love to do the cool, like, t-shirt graphic shirt with, like, the bright tropical Hawaiian type shirts over top left open. That was my look forever. And I loved it. Now I just wear t-shirts. Negative 43 outside, 61 in our main room, 49 in our other room. I mean, I don't think we're ideal temperature here. We're coping. We're coping. Do we want to send Bank out the door? All right, let's do a little check on our gear situation because we've got plenty of cloth to make warm gear. Like, we got a 61% masterwork over here. I'd kind of like to swap that out for something with more durability, but at the same time, dropping down to good from masterwork, not the most amazing thing. What are you working on? You're working on a button down. We could definitely use a couple of more button downs, so let's knock that up a bit. Oh, you do. The body image talk is getting to my ED, so gonna learn. All right, and thank you for being understanding, random. We'll try to we'll curb that. I don't want anybody to be uncomfortable here. So if something is making anybody uncomfortable, please let me know so we can do our best to adjust. We've got a lot we can talk about between the games and other aspects of life. We don't need to be staying on any topic that's going to make anybody uncomfortable. So, I'd like to send Bank off to buy more stuff, but what do we want him to buy? Could send him off with the bearskin, the gold, and any, like, worn stuff. We should also be making better helmets for everybody. At least stable. Like I said, all the hugs, Sparta. Yeah, we love you, Aya. Yeah. Agreed. So let's get a bionic leg going. I was trying to think what would be important to do here, and I think a bionic leg is a good one for sure. Do we have the plasteel for it? Becomes the question. We have the plasteel for it, right? Yeah, 15 plasteel, 4 advanced components. Let's get this thing turned on. Our battery life is not amazing at the moment, but it is what it is. So it removes the wealth of the 4 advanced components. Exactly. Removes the wealth of the 4 advanced components. Gets us the leg we need. We have more berries than we have need for chem fuel. So I'm actually going to swap a couple of these over to rice as well. That is bearskin. We've got 199 bearskin. That is a good question. That is a great question. Let's do that. I wasn't thinking about that. For some reason, I had it in my head that it was like light leather or normal leather, whatever. But it is better than the cloth, right? 29%. Death resting. 28 over 19, okay. 29 over 19, okay. 27 over 19. Okay. Hey guys, I need to take a quick break. I got to address the liquid in equals liquid out paradigm on both ends. So I'm going to go snag myself another cup of coffee, take care of some midstream business, and I will come right back. We'll try and get some more stuff done. In the meanwhile, I'm going to put up the Be Right Back screen along with the links to Bobby's music. If you like the music from the Be Right Back screen, those are the links to Bobby's band. It's not specifically his band's music. They do a lot like crazy, cooler stuff, but he had this beater kicking around and I thought it was good for the channel and he told me I could use it. So since I didn't pay him for it, I always try to pay him back with promotion. So go check him out if you like it. I'll see everybody back over here in a couple of minutes with a fresh cup of coffee in hand, and we'll see if we can overcome this flu and make a little bit more progress towards our end game goals here. See you in a second. Okay, I am back. Let me make sure my lighting is proper. And I see Squiddy is in here. And you raided in. How you doing, Squid? Welcome in. Hopefully Frosty did a shout-out for you, but just in case he didn't, we'll do a manual shout-out for Squiddy WTF over here. Good friend, good streamer. Go check him out. Chat boxes. Are we or are we not gaming? Sean Yay! What's up? What's up? How you doing? God, I gotta get back on the community Minecraft server. If anybody would like to join us on our community Minecraft server, Squiddy is the reason that we have one. So I'm gonna put up the socials there. Come over, join our Discord, put your name on the whitelist after you thumbs up the rules, and let's get you guys going on some fun. Cloth button-down shirt. Chilling? How about you? I'm doing good. I'm doing all right. Little rough start to the Monday morning with the sleepiness, but got myself another cup of coffee. Already got a couple in me, so feeling pretty good. Got some good streaming going on, making progress. You know, just living the dream. Okay, Barb is taking care of planting. And I'm going down the list trying to make sure we've got proper gear on everybody. Oh, you wound up getting pants. Good for you. Good for you. You have pants. Do we have cloth? Okay, is anybody still in a human leather parka? You are. So let's get you into a cloth parka. Right? Because the human leather one, I double check this every time. 51 degrees. 71 degrees. So yeah, let's get you into a cloth parka. And that's the right color already. Squiddy, what's the name for that music, by the way? I want to be dangerous. Hi, Yo-O. 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 God, I always mispronounce your name. I'm so sorry. Let's keep going down the line here, making sure everybody's got good stuff. You've got human leather pants. I would prefer for you to be in something better than that. You know what? Maybe let's not rush the parkas. Pants. Let's do, bearskin pants. Maker can finish up that button down. Thrumbo. Human leather button down. Do we have a cloth button down? I swear we just had a cloth button down. We do. And you are wearing a excellent... I think a good cloth is going to provide more insulation. That gives you 6.7. This one gives you 9.3. So let's get you into that. Freaking sweet. It's chilling in the freezer. What's chilling in the freezer? My sanity? My sanity is definitely frozen solid. Medical treatment needed on Mila. How is your flu going? 31/22. We can go with that. Let's get Mila attended immediately. Barb's our best doctor. Barb came in with like something like a 3 in medicine, but has just been doing doctoring so much that she's actually getting pretty decent at it. She's been able to do surgeries for us and a few other things. And dangerous. Are you guys... You guys were listening to a song, weren't you? Okay, BD, what do you got? BD's looking good on their stuff. Thrumbo, cloth, thrumbo, looking good over there. Cloth, thrumbo, muffalo, thrumbo, looking good over there. Hyperweave, thrumbo, human leather button down. So we really do need to get a better button down. And this is set to cloth. Let's go in here. Well, we need to have that stay as cloth, so. New lovers, who do we got? Grump and Julie. We're both already sleeping with people, so that's good. Button down, let's make one out of bearskin. By Maker, that'll do. We'll let that be right up here below the cloth one. I have this running joke in my stream where we listen to this French rap song. Fair enough. I am dangerous. I kind of want to hear that song now. I'm not a rap person, but I do love a good meme. Alright, we got a bionic leg cooking. And just that. Hold on, let me make sure people get tended here. Alright, slow and steady wins the race, right? My skill at Rimworld comes almost exclusively for playing slow. I am a control player in just about everything I do. My favorite style of play in Magic the Gathering is control. Blue and black. I play blue to control and I play black to win. Black is my kill strategy color. Blue is my control color. I tend to think of myself more as a blue mage than a black mage, but recently, well, semi-recently, I've been on a little bit of a break. I get into Magic for a while, and then I fall back out of Magic, but I tend to be a control player. It's that old thing where it's like, I am a huge nerd, 100%. Sounds like club music. I know, is PVZ Heroes Control. Yeah, it's that old football thing where it's like, when you control the clock, you control the game. And that's always something like, I'm not a football player. I'm not a sports person in general. Who needs warm clothes? Aurora's good. New Lovers is fine. Maker. So what is it that you are having trouble with? Cloth, synthread. You are good down to negative 63. We need to get you some better stuff. So those bearskin parkas are going to come in good. What level parka do you have? You have a masterwork cloth parka. Yeah, we really do need to get some more Thrumbo fur. The only magic I know about is PMW pack openings. Oh, okay. I don't know PMW, but I know a lot of pack opening videos are out there. I play mostly on Arena, and when I say mostly, I mean I play on Arena. I used to have a huge collection of paper cards, but I lost the vast majority of them to some flood damage. We were at a low spot with our rehearsal space, and my idiot ass had the cards in a box on the ground. They should have been up on a shelf or high up on a stack of something, and they were on the ground. So, you know, some water came in, soaked the carpet. The carpet water just soaked up through the box. Anything that wasn't in plastic sleeves got destroyed. I'm talking at this point probably thousands of dollars in Magic cards, like thousands and thousands of dollars. The dual lands from the series that I was playing in, I think they're up to about $400 or $500 a piece. I had 3 of them in my main deck, which survived because it was in sleeves, but I had something like 5 or 6 more dual lands of different colors. So just in those cards alone, I probably lost $1,000 or $2 to that water damage. Then there was all sorts of other stuff like collectible like level cards, like alpha cards and stuff like that. Nothing crazy, but I had an alpha Elder Dragon and an alpha Thicket Basilisk and a couple of other random cards. Nothing like, you know, no Black Lotuses or Moxes or anything, but consequently I don't get to play a lot of Magic on paper, so not in Magic I would want a full anime set. Yeah, there are some really cool custom set cards out there. Like, there are like the official, what are they called? Not legendary. There's a thing they do where they do like the different art, like the anime set arts and stuff like that. And there's some really cool ones. But then there's like people who customize cards. So if it's a card you don't mind people like painting on top of, you can actually have people do like custom painted artwork on cards. Never picked it up again. Was so disappointed. Yeah, similar thing, Random. When all those cards got destroyed, like I wasn't actively playing at the time, but it was always still in the back of my head. And when they got destroyed, I couldn't even look at cards, even digital cards, for a long ass fucking time. You know, I'd try to get back into it, and I'd be like, ugh, these aren't my cards. Like, I want my cards. I want my Icy Manipulator and my Royal Assassin, and I want my, you know, like, not to date myself, but you know, older cards. The video game? I played Battletoads. In fact, I've got the newest Battletoads on my wish list on Steam, I think. Oop, first major threat of the day. They will prepare, and then all Scythers. Okay. Okay. Alright, so let's make sure everybody is scheduled walls, just in case Maker wakes up. Or Humph wakes up. Steel, yes. Battle Maniacs for... I think that's the one I did play. That's the Battletoads on SNES. Now, since they're waiting for a while, we are definitely going to go out and poke. Let's get Julie's marksman command going. And we'll get Barb's combat command. And we'll just kind of inch forward a little bit here. I know Julie's going to be able to pop them with her sniper, but... No, Maker, don't run over there. Combat in darkness plus marksman command. Sorry, getting a little focused. Let's run a little bit. Most of them are slowed down. Okay, There are still too many alive to just gun them down, I think. Let's get in. And we're gonna kind of loop around. Their aggro should like put them attacking our walls. But we're going to pop out up here and try and drag them around up to this side of the base, kind of spread them around a little bit. That way we can take them a few at a time instead of all at once. This should put us in a better position, but they're coming quite fast. Just, you know, our walls are going to take a few scratches, but that spread them out nicely. Huge fan of those. They are good time wasters. Tower defense games, especially BTD 6. Go play BTD 6. It's made of Australians, I believe. I'm really no good at most real-time games that demand divided attention. Same. There is something about Rimworld that kind of hits a real sweet spot for me. I'm generally not good at tactics games, and like, you know, games like chess and stuff, and I'm also generally not good at RTSs. And Rimworld kind of comes in somewhere in between, in my opinion, because Rimworld has that, like, you can play it as an RTS if you're playing on no pause, or you could, like, literally pause, move, you know, like, and play it almost like a tactics game. So somewhere in the middle between tactics and an RTS is where Rimworld's combat ends from, like, comes out, and for some reason that works for me. I Rimworld a lot. I play a lot of Age of Empires or Anno games. What's Anno? Who needs medical treatment? Mila. How are you doing, Mila? Can we keep you outside just a little longer? 47 over 35. Yes. All right, I think they broke a door over here. They did, but one door versus how much steel we're going to get from killing them. Ship-based colony? Like a Civ game, right? Age of Sail type. Oh, okay, okay. I just got Civ 6. Killer got it for me, and we played a little bit of it. I've been wanting to play a little bit more of it, but I've been so addicted to Dyson Sphere program lately. Like, I can't play anything except Dyson when I'm not streaming. For some, like, it's just got its hooks into me deep. I finally started putting up my solar sails this weekend, and I've now got plans to make a Dyson Sphere and turn an entire solar system into an antimatter factory. Mermonkey? I don't know what that is. Alright, let's get everybody on work, except the people that we want on Area 1. And we're going to tell Barb to immediately work on this door. Yeah, our mood is not great because we're still recovering from losing people, so... I'd say as far as threats go, I'm okay with that. That many Scythers can be scary, but going out and meeting them in the field, I think, was the right call. We got, how much, like, we killed all of these guys before they, like, before the raid even started, we killed, what, like 12, 14 Scythers type of thing. So, I'm pretty okay with how the way that turned out. We've zoned them for our people with mobility to grab. Our miner is also our crafter at the moment, so that's the problem. We're not getting any mining done. That's a shitload of steel, so I'm happy. Yeah, me too. Especially since our miner is crafting at the moment. Ooh, little back pop there. Batteries are at halfway. I'll kick on the... Did Mila get tended? Good stuff. So we got a bionic leg coming. I think it was Eugene. Yeah, Eugene's got a bite scar on their right leg, so we're probably going to give them the first bionic leg. Flu is affecting their breathing. BD needs arms. Arm. I gotta be honest, I'm more likely to start replacing legs that are healthy than I am to focus on getting arms that have scars. Unless those arms are actually causing pain, which is affecting mood. Are you causing pain? Arm. Oh, okay. So we're gonna get this arm taken care of because it's aching. Raid went well. Yes, I'm very happy with that. Might appreciate another stretch. Julie needs the first set of eyes. Yeah, Julie needs the first set of eyes. Absolutely. Oh, good stretch. Good stretch. Love it. I'm not sure if I stretched after someone said it or I just stretched, but another stretch is a good one. Okay. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? Since Humph is down for death rest, Barb and Eugene are the ones that are doing all of the planting. And it is falling a little behind, but at the same time, we've got 1,200 rice in our refrigerator, so I'm not overly worried about it. Once we get this bionic leg done, we're going to get that installed on Eugene. Oh, wait, Eugene needs to be tended. Barb, what are we doing? Let's not drop the ball here. Oh, you're not dropping the ball. You're tending to other people. Whoops, my bad. Now, before that raid happened, we were on our perpetual let's look through everybody's gear situation, and we're doing all right on gear. We're making some bearskin stuff and some cloth stuff. Like, Barb could use to not have a human leather button down. So we got a button down queued up and made a bear fur, human leather button down. Everything else is thrumbo fur, cloth, synthread. Thrumbo. So I think we put a couple of more button downs over here for bearskin. Minor break risk on BD. What is your problem? You need to eat. Why are you... Go eat. My lover died. That's gonna... Oh, finally, in 4 hours, my lover died is gone. Okay, fantastic. Yeah, we got to get them an arm. Next up on the list is to get their ache. So first priority for me for bionics, anything that's aching. Anything that people are like getting a mood debuff from or having a speed penalty bonus, that goes first. Then I would say, now a lot of times on my normal playthroughs, the first thing I'll do is replace anybody who's got scars. Like, oh, scarred arms, you know, like I don't want anything to be lower than it has to be manipulation-wise or anything like that. But I think getting everybody replacements for the stuff that's causing pain is top priority. Then after that, everybody gets a leg. Then we can start replacing stuff that is scarred or has problems, but that aren't causing pain or movement speed slowdowns. I want to be able to move first and foremost. Kiting is an important part of this playthrough. We did a whole fight where we were just kiting centipedes for like 45 minutes at one point, so... Where is that bionic leg? It's right there. Okay, so... Eugene is the one who needs the bionics. Is your bed excellent? Your bed is excellent. So, we're going to set this to medical. We're going to grab Eugene and say... It's right leg. Install bionic leg, right leg. We're going to put them on Glitterworld medicine, and Barb is going to operate on Eugene. We'll have you clean while that's going on. Head is scarred. How are you going to replace the head? Bio-regeneration chamber at one point? Do we have someone who's got a head scar? Right arm, left arm. I don't think we have anybody who's got a head or a torso scar. Got a lot of people who've got scars on their arms. It's a legit question. Bioregenerators would be the way you do that. I mean, provided you have ideology, of course. I'm going to go in here and actually go in here. Let's not do this forever. Do until you have, let's say, 150, because that's one stack. And then if there's extra berries, there's extra berries. We could always use that in other food. In fact, let's get this converted back over to just having rice in it. We'll hang on to the meat for a little while. $40 plasteel is nothing to sneeze at here. Alright, Eugene's got a bionic leg now? Hell the fuck yeah. Let's get you back converted to... Irwin. Okay. Let's get you back over to herbal medicine, and let's keep an eye on this flu. 65... 63... 66. Alright. All of them are at least 20% ahead. Or, Mila's not quite 20% ahead, but we're doing okay. Okay. Hell yeah. Drug lab? We could work on getting a drug lab down. The thing is, I'm trying to keep bank on map more, so drugs for profit is like... It's kind of like... So, we had 3 deaths. We've recruited 2 new people, and we've been keeping bank on map. So we're at like a net neutral firepower situation as long as bank is on map. The moment we send bank off map, we're low on firepower. Thank you for the follow, Chibum. Much appreciated. Again, for anybody who's new, I stream noon to 6, Monday through Saturday, Monday, Wednesday, and that's Pacific Standard Time, by the way. I used to try and say what GMT was, but I have no idea. Somebody said it was GMT +8, then somebody else said, whatever. Pacific Standard Time. So I started streaming a little over 4 hours ago, whatever time it is for you guys. Rewind, bing, bang, boom. Want to bank to ally with them. What are we talking about, Sparta? Ally with who? Using drugs. Oh, like go over and ally them? 3 p.m. for you? Okay, cool. So you're an hour earlier. Anyway, noon to 6, Monday through Saturday. Monday, Wednesday, Friday are Rimworld days. Tuesday and Thursday is Oxygen not included. Currently on Saturdays, we're doing Dyson Sphere program. Eastern. Isn't Eastern time 3 hours ahead? Isn't it 7 p.m. on the East Coast? Doesn't matter. You can all do the math. I do too much math looking at cold resistance on clothing. What are you making over here? Are you making a flak chest? I just wanted this on to shred mechanoids, not to make flak chests yet. 4 hours ago was 3. 7:12. Oh, 3 p.m. is when I start. Okay, I got you. I follow now. Alright, we need these things planted. Where is... Eugene is down because we just did surgery. Barb is tending to people. Okay. Okay, I respect the hustle, Pawns. Thank you for doing what I actually told you to do. Maker is going to shred mechanoids. Of course you are. I actually would prefer you work on making things out of... Prefer you be tailoring, quite honestly. What's your skill at crafting? 17. So we're going to go in here. Shred mechanoid. We're going to put this down to like... Anybody 0 to 16 can do that. I do not want Maker wasting their time. They can go back to tailoring. But anybody else who can scrap things should scrap things. Can call in caravan or military unit. Yeah. It might be time for us to build a drop pod, guys. I think that's a good idea, actually. 50 steel in one component, and then 60 steel in one component. So 110 steel. Jesus, vroom vrooms are out in force tonight. Ugh. We've got a emote for Vroom Vroom. We like to turn annoyances into engagement over here on this channel. So if you guys hear someone out there causing the madness, go right ahead and spam up the Vroom Vroom emote if you're a follower. It unlocks. You don't have to sub to get it. Let's kick down one of these right here. I know it seems crazy, but we've got the steel, we've got the fabrication. I think if we start putting down... Man, we really need either a dedicated crafter or a dedicated miner. Maker being both is problematic. I want them mining out the gold, but 18 in mining, 17 in crafting. How do you make a decision, you know? How do you put them in a different direction? Yeah, drop pod the flake. When we start making flake. That's kind of the idea. Is we're not going to necessarily use it for trading because bank can just walk there. It's not really worth the 60 steel and one component to skip half the trip, being that he doesn't sleep and doesn't eat. But if we can grab a little bit of extra wealth here and there, and we want to just ally someone, we can just drop it with the drop pod and get that sorted. We're neutral with Teotoria, so I think we might want to focus a little bit on our relationship with them. Trading has been how we've gotten a lot of our really good gear, but with the crafter as high as they are, and the amount of resources we're pulling in, both from the deep drill, the meteorites, and the raids that we're processing down, I don't think we have to worry as much about trade. We definitely need to keep on it for the sake of making an excellent bearskin button down. What's your cold insulation? 11.2. Okay, so Barb, let's get you into the bearskin. Yeah, we're not at amazing temperatures either. 49F in the main area, 43F in the big area. It is what it is, though. I mean, we can't have everything. Drop 200 dusters on their heads. I am not opposed to such things. We just need to actually make 200 dusters. We kind of need more hands. We need more hands for guns, and we need more hands for work. I would love to have a dedicated crafter, dedicated miner, dedicated... you know, right now we've got 3 people who plant. That would be Eugene, Barb, and Humph. Humph is down for death rest. Barb is going to need death rest in a little while. But they're doing the planting and they're barely keeping up with it, but that's okay. As far as making stuff, Maker's our only maker and our only miner. So it's real difficult to get all that stuff done. We've got a couple of people who can build. Kincaid over here is not as good as Barb or the other person we got, Mr. Ben, but you know, they're training up a little bit while they're doing stuff. They're animals and crafting. I guess we could have Kincaid focus on crafting because they've got a passion in it. Because I really don't care about their animals. Animals is not going to be something we really need out here on the Arctic. Alright, as far as building goes, you know what? Yeah, I think we have you build... I think we have you craft and smith first. That way they can work on getting stuff, because they should be doing that. Let's, shredding mechanoid, perfect. Drop 200. Yeah, Barb is playing a playthrough of Rimworld, and she dropped a bunch of dusters. It gave her like 160 reputation or something in one drop. It's insane. Not Barb the pawn, Barb the person, but if anybody does want to name pawns, we have a point redemption for naming pawns. Eugene and Grump, I think, are the last 2 that need to be named. Kincaid was just renamed by Sparta. Everybody else has been named by somebody else. Humph used to be Humps, and I think it was either Blue or Sparta was like, let's rename them something similar. And then Blue wanted to rename Maker, but we couldn't think of a better name than Maker, so Maker is kind of their official name, even though it's the name they came in with. Julie is always a super badass pawn in every one of our playthroughs. In the last playthrough, I think she was a psi casting melee vampire, just super badass. Her and Barb have been doing a lot of work in the colony. Barb came in at 60-something years old and was just an absolute shit show. Then we tried to use unnatural healing to help with some of her problems. She wound up with a flesh tentacle. Her mood was garbage, but eventually we replaced her arm with an Archotech arm, and she's got the great memory trait, so she's just been kind of getting good at everything. And once we made her a vampire and all of her scars and stuff healed up, so she got with 125% from the Archotech arm and then all of the vampire traits and stuff, she's actually become a really badass colonist. She's taken the front line on a lot of our assaults and raids and all that stuff. I'll have her jump in and insanity lance somebody. Like, she's done a lot of work, both getting stuff done and with doing combat stuff. And she has gotten shredded in combat, just absolutely shredded, and just keeps healing back up from it. So she's awesome. Julie can freaking kill anything from anywhere. Like, she just stands on the opposite side of the map and just headshot stuff all day long. So, yeah, she's up to 15,000. She was down to, what, 8,000 XP out of 28,000? Smurf has taught me you just need enough Go Juice to be good. I think most people have Go Juice on them. I think at this point we probably could have people do Go Juice more often. I kind of use it as a panic oh shit button. Alright, one of our enemies is crashing down. Heft. A pigskin named Heft. Ugly, gourmand, abrasive. Good medical. That 11 in shooting. I'm not a huge fan of gourmands, and abrasive can be problematic. We don't need another blood bag, Sparta, but these are not the worst traits in the world, and we really do need people who can hold a gun. Okay, either way, we're going to capture them, so yeah, bit of a beard stroke moment. All right, let's send Barb out here to coagulate them. It might take her too long to get there. It'll be alright. I considered having her do some jumping, but I think she'll get there before he dies. A gourmand pigskin just eats a stupid amount of food, though, right? The gourmand doesn't eat more food in general. It's just guaranteed that they're going to have mental breaks to go on a food binge. Every once in a while, just like a pyromaniac has to set fires. He will eat raw food, yeah. But oh, they do eat more. They eat 25% more food, so 2.5 meals a day. I don't know how you can be a gourmand and have poor cooking, but we need shooters really badly. We need people who can hold a gun is our big problem right now. Either way, we're going to have to capture this guy. Whether we keep him as a blood bag, steal his organs, or put him on the team, we got to get him over here, right? Oh, you know what? We can just use this box down here as a temporary prison. Hover over the trait. Hef's life revolves around food. He gets hungry quickly and will occasionally be overcome with the urge to eat ravenously, even when not hungry. Oh, so 150% hunger rate. Shit, I guess Gourmands do eat more. 150% hunger rate, plus he's a pigskin. Ugh. Okay. We'll harvest his organs. We'll just harvest his organs. Ugh. Yeah. That is disappointing. If he didn't have Gourmand and or wasn't a pig, I might consider taking him, because that's shooting. We need shooters. But I guess taking his organs and selling them on the black market for guns and other weapons. Speaking of that, have these guys restocked by chance? 14 days. Okay, there's still some stuff over there we can snag though. Yeah, we'll get this guy over here. We'll get his organs, and we'll get Bank back out on the road. Medical treatment on Mila. $83/62. I'll take. Okay, Heft. Oh, Heft. Maybe buy some slaves and just colonist them. If we have slaves for sale, slavers are not a very common thing. But if there were slaves worth making into colonists, I would absolutely do that. Like 100%. No doubt in my mind. Any way that we could get colonists would make me happy. Because we need colonists. We're finally at the point where steel is not the problem and food is not the problem. We can upscale our food production a little at a time. We're cracking down these scythers. We've got a drill that can drill steel. Like, we've still got a decent amount of steel there. We're like halfway through our second hydroponics setup, so our big problem at the moment is that we really just need people who can hold a fucking gun. If I'm being particularly nice, I give my slaves a really nice fucking bedroom, living better than my fucking colonists sometimes. You know, I'm not sold on slaves. I have not done any run where I found making someone as a slave is better than making him a colonist. Now, I know that slaves count at 0.75% wealth of a colonist, so you could have a good slave and keep your colony wealth lower because of that. My issue is that slightly less amount of worth it compared to the fact that you have to then invest time and effort from your other pawns to keep them suppressed and risking slave revolts and all of that. Let's say you give a slave a gun for combat and they have like a slave revolt. Well, now they've got a gun. So now you've got to micromanage whether, you know, it's like, oh, we're not doing a combat thing. Slave can't be carrying a gun, you know, and then you've got to like suppress them and do all this stuff. And then combat happens, and it's like, oh shit, our slave that's close by to the combat has to run all the way back to the gun shelf and get guns. So I found slaves to be a thematic style of run. Next to no mood issues, sign me up. My slaves do manual labor, period. Yeah, I mean, if I had enough colonists, if I had enough colonists that I didn't need people shooting, like if we were already at raid cap, and I don't know. Maybe I would consider taking a slave if it was like super late game, but I've never really gotten into using slaves. Everybody else has enough gun that would make John Wick blush. So what I've used slaves for in the past, and what I will use them again for in the future, is vat-grown children. What I'll do is if I'm trying to raise children on the Rim, I won't do natural pregnancy. What I'll do is every time we get a prisoner, we'll harvest ovum. Sometimes even like I'll just harvest ovum out of blood bags. Like, do we have any female blood bags? We do. We have one. That one's a waster, so probably not them. But Sam over here, pigskin. Provided I have someone that I want to pull an embryo out of as a prisoner, I will just pull embryos out of them. Sometimes I'll just keep a prisoner for the sake of harvesting embryos, and I'll be like, all right, I want to raise about 5 kids, right? And so I'll harvest 5 embryos. And then when I get another person in that's someone I would, organ harvest or butcher or whatever the case may be, I'll temporarily turn them into a slave, have them fertilize the ovum, then rearrest them, and have them put and have them fertilize the eggs, and then I'll raise them in the vats, and then I'll put them back in prison, execute them, whatever the case may be. Because that way the kids aren't related to anybody. Kids are so hard to keep alive because they can't wear armor or anything like that. So my son died, my daughter died. Those debuffs are absolutely wretched to deal with. And it's quite likely that if you've got 5 kids in the colony that need to get all the way to adulthood, there's a good chance that 1 or 2 of them might bite the dust along the way. And I would prefer to not have any of my colonists that I need to stay stable related to them. So that's what I usually do is, if I'm raising kids, I'm doing it from harvested embryos and slave semen. Mr. Ben is starving. Go eat. Dumbass. Why not eat? I really need Humph to wake up from death rest. 1.2 days. Barb is doing too much. Where is Eugene? Oh, Eugene is still healing from the surgery. So yeah, Barb is doing everything. She's doctoring everybody with the flu. She's doing the surgeries. She's the only one that can do... we're going to micro her to get all this stuff planted again. Yeah, I need this flu to be over. Our productivity is in the shitter. Normally, I don't have people bed rest unless they're like super close to problems with their bed rest. With their flu or whatever, but I'm not willing to risk problems. I'd rather do micromanagement like this than risk our people dying of the flu. No, I don't care about distress. Well, actually, I gotta check that. If it's a res serum, we will go and do that distress signal. Speaking of seamen, I got a joke. Alright, as long as... I don't mind slightly distasteful jokes, as long as they're not hurtful to anybody or any group of people. But I don't mind dirty jokes or, like, dark humor in general. I should have just set her to sew as a 1. I don't know why I'm microing this hard. Like, if you're gonna micro it this hard, just put it as our top priority, and then micro the doctoring instead of microing the farming. But you know, I already did it, so there it is. Everything's queued up. Julie's dragging in corpses. Bank is doing things. I'm probably gonna trade for some gold. Because, yes, we have gold we can dig up over here, and I think there's even some gold, like, scanned close by to our base. But Maker needs to continue making things, so I might trade for some gold when we go over there, depending on what they have in stock. We've traded for most of their good stuff already, so let's get Bank out on the road, actually. So, you're going to take Bait Bot. 69 bearskin. All right, I'm gonna sell awkward numbers, like 1 and 4. We'll get a 0 or a 5 on the ends of those, because there's nothing that has like a 2 or a 1 at the end. So, not that that's like super important, but just for my own sanity. We've got 121 plasteel. That's good. We've got a couple of soothe pulsers. Definitely taking the organs with us. What else can we sell? I would prefer to smelt the bad weapons. Yeah, let's smelt down the bad weapons. But there is some random garbage clothes that came in. Cloth button down, we're going to keep. Camel hide at 74. Let's get rid of that. Take this stuff. Let's get rid of some of this human leather stuff. I actually think we can sell these cloth parkas. We'll keep the excellent one, but might as well sell the good ones. We've got everybody decked out with good gear at the moment. We just, you know, make a few extra as we go for replacements, upgrade if they're good. I do really miss Killer being able to make really badass things. You do not need to bring herbal medicine with you. A single smoke leaf and 2 psychoid. That's just taking up room I don't want it to take up. Best viewers. Well, alright then. I better just... Whoop. That egg has been sitting there forever. We're going to sell that egg. Not that it's worth anything, but I'm just going to get rid of it. I don't think they'll cook with a single egg, so... And we've got hops, which is good. Very good. Alright, anything else we can ditch? I think that'll do. Alright, this colony's coming along nicely. And this will get done as soon as Mila is not on bed rest. Mila's our cook, so they're almost done. A sailor who has been out at sea for 2 months stops at a brothel. He walks straight up to a madam, drops down 500, says, "I want your ugliest woman and a grilled cheese sandwich." The madam is astonished. "But sir, for that kind of money, you could have one of my prettiest ladies and a 3-course meal." The sailor replies, "Listen, darling, I'm not horny. I'm just homesick." Aw, that's ridiculous. Cheap viewers, yay. I don't respect the whole cheap viewers thing. I think it's pretty shitty that that's become the bot thing. Now, I don't know if it's like one group that's just spamming the whole thing nonstop. Why are you sleeping there? Because I made this a medical bed. Oh wait, that was Mila's sleeping quarters. Am I insane? Do I not have a bed for Eugene? Because this is Mila's. No, Mila moved over there. Mila went to the... Okay. Okay. Um... How are we until... Oh, our ideology rituals are available. I might do them even though we just sent Bank out on the road. Should have done those before Bank left. Yeah, I would bet it's the same person, Blue. Wouldn't worry too much about it or read too much into it. Alright, we gotta knock parties out. Let's get this stuff on. How many people do we have here? Ooh, we'll wait for Humph to wake up, because it's 10 people you need. And Humph's up in 18 hours. Should have waited to turn everything on, but... Just interesting. Yeah, it's... I don't know, like, I've talked about it before, how, like, I used to say, like, I respect the hustle, but it's all bots. Those are all bots. I do not respect bots. You know, if someone is going to all the different chats, I don't approve of that either, but at least I could understand it to a certain extent. Like, hey, you know, I'm here to talk about my art. Now, we have rules that say no soliciting, so I have no sympathy for people who come in and are like, do you have art for your channel? And I'm like, nope, eat a dick and fuck off, because they're breaking the rules. If you're going to break the rules of the channel, I'm not going to have any type of sympathy, empathy, anything for you. Like, just see your way to the door, and if you need help, I'll be happy to help you by your collar. But the bot stuff straight up is just scummy. There is no redeeming characteristic to having bots go and spam people's chats. It's just, there's no reason for that. Intensely solicits. Well, it's predatory too. These bots aren't going into channels that have, you know, 5,000 people watching and spamming that stuff. These people that sell stuff aren't going into big channels and selling. They're just doing it to small viewers because they can exploit them. They exploit people's desire to be professional and to make progress, and they just prey on people's need to be successful. And it's, you know, it's a thing out there. People are going to do that, but I'm not going to support it. All right. The amount of heaters necessary in the winter is just staggering to me. It's just, it blows my mind. Just because so much stuff, like people going in and out of doorways. I really don't like having two doorways right next to each other. There should be a way to report that and get the IP shut out of Twitch site-wide. Yeah, I agree, Random. I absolutely agree. If anybody knows a way to do that, please let me know. I'd be happy to do it. Blue is distinctly remember for some reason you are British. Is that true? I think Blue's British. Not to speak out of turn or anything. Alright, Humph is up. Why are you not on? Oh, because you were not connected. Okay. Is anybody, like, out of the base? Alright, everybody who's allowed out of the base is coming back in now. Ooh. Alright, let's get everybody back in, then we're going to knock out these rituals, reform the ideology, and then knock out more rituals. We need people. The beauty of their women and the taste of their food made the British the best sailors in the world. And the mood boost from doing parties should take us through whatever leftover mood problems we have from losing people, so I'm happy about that. That was a mood. +2 mood. I was born and have lived in the UK my whole life, though I consider the internet my nationality. That is like no truer sentence has ever been uttered. I am a child of the internet. I was born in upstate New York. I've lived in SoCal for half of my life, but I have always been on the internet. Solar flare. Okay. You know what? You guys don't have a table, so... Okay, so let's check out these wanderers. Whoosh, I knew that was Itakeen. Sickly pyromaniac nudist. No. Great memory misandrist. Good at mining, plants, crafting, and shooting? Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Not thrilled with the misandrist part, but... a scratch scar on their left shoulder. Of course they're old and have scars. Everybody who joins our colony is old and has scars. Oh, I didn't know that. God, why'd we have to get a solar flare? We were getting so much work done. Okay, so something we gotta do now. Okay, so then this becomes the question. Do we make one of these guys a crafting specialist. I think we gotta make Maker a crafting specialist, even though they would lose the 18 mining. Because this guy's got 12 mining. Oh, they're a dirt mole as well. Of course they've got 12 mining. Oh, man. Do we make him a vampire as well? It was bad. The offer to go to spend days alone with other buff men. Of course, gay men would flock to it. Yeah. I guess that, yeah. I didn't realize that that was a thing, but I guess that makes sense that everybody would go off to see. I mean, there's a lot of stuff in history that make it difficult. Maker is starving. Where is Maker? Let's get you something, because they didn't get a chance to grab a meal because of the solar flare, so let's have them eat pemmican or something. The Kronk. No, he's got a point. That's another movie I haven't seen, but I know the meme. I might have Barb just do this in the dark just because I want to get it over with. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop pod it to Banks Caravan. You're standing up because Barb is our doctor. Right, okay. Yeah, we're going to have food die because of this freaking cold. I mean, it sucks that this guy is going to move slow because they're a dirt mole. Uh-huh. And I suppose we should give the new guy a proper work schedule. My brain is already pasting it up over here. Not really. It's because of the solar flare. Our heaters are not going anywhere. Like, our heaters aren't on, so everything is dying. I mean, Napoleon was such a warmonger because he was just fucking short for his time. It's amazing how many times things happen in history that seem absolutely senseless until you find out about the private lives of those involved. Yeah. You never know what's going to happen. Like, history is like, because we don't get, you know, we get to look at history through the lens of time, right? So that lens distorts what's going on, sometimes in a good way, sometimes in a bad way. This surgery is going to fail, but I don't even actually really care. Oh, lights are coming back on. Huh. That worked? How did it work? and brilliant and a narcissist. My genuine belief is a strict parent didn't want their daughter fucking men, so she started fucking women, and homophobia was born just because he wanted to an excuse for some. I don't know. I'm not going to speculate on any of that stuff. We are a very diverse community over here, so you know it's very like we have people of all different faiths, all different or sexual orientations, all different identities. I love everybody. You know, my whole thing is as long as you're doing stuff that doesn't hurt people, keep doing what you want to do. It makes you happy. That's pretty much my only requirement from life is. God, I don't even know what I'm saying. We are reaching that time in stream where Nether starts to get tired. I usually last pretty good running my mouth like non-stop for about 4 hours. Then we start hitting the 4.5, 5 hour mark, and I'm like, wait, what's going on? I don't care who you're fucking. Not my circus, not my monkey. Exactly. Yeah. I think a lot of people have, like, very strong opinions on, like, sexuality and gender and all that stuff. My opinion is, like, you don't need to know anything about me unless we're close enough for that to matter, you know? So, removing body part, perfect. But, you know, again, do whatever you're gonna do, just don't hurt people. I support everybody in their decision to be who they are. As long as that person is not a murderer or rapist or, you know, someone who shits on everybody. Metaphorically. Because, you know, some people like it, literally. But I'm getting out of control. Control over others and money and something about Uncanny Valley. Yeah. A lot of history, a lot of stuff that's like, I don't know why this would happen or why people would do this. It just seems ridiculous. Comes down to control, like you're saying. You know what? I gotta turn this off of forever because eventually I'm gonna accidentally... Why are you... Oh, I never gave you a bed. They didn't give me a bed, so I'm going to sleep in the freezer. Ronan's fair. If you're asking to see my junk, I'll explain, but don't expect me to show you. Right, right. Colonist left unburied. Mila's going to sort that out in a second here. Yeah, I mean, not that anybody needs to know or anything, but for me, I am a cis, straight, white male. Like, I'm also middle-aged, so I'm like all of the descriptors of the enemy. But I identify... I don't know if anybody's seen The Fifth Element, but I think one of my favorite lines in there is like, where they come to find him, and they're like, "Are you human?" And he's like, "No, sir. I identify as a meat popsicle." And I always laugh at that because I'm like, that is phenomenal. Alright, let's put everybody on work because I don't want anybody to go far away at the moment because I want to do these rituals up real soon. Kincaid is hauling meat, which is good. Let's put you on paste as well, Hydrocate. And let's go again. Oh, I gotta get him a better gun than what he's carrying. We gotta make an assault rifle for him. Okay, focus, Nether, focus. You've been waiting all day to get yourself on some new pawns. Why don't we just make sure those pawns actually get clothing and all the things they need? Fun, dim party. Hydrocate, let's get you a charge rifle. And then as far as this goes, I need assault rifles. I want to make someone a crafting specialist, though. The problem is Maker is the one that has mobility. I'd prefer Hydrocate not be the one out running around outside unless we give them... I could give Grump's jump pack to Hydrocate. I think that's what we got to do. Okay, so let's do a little gear swap action over here. Culture wins every time. And Dickhead Kid kept being homophobic. At some point, we got to my gender and sex, and the point is, because I have long hair, I'm pretty sure they thought I was born a girl. Also, I lovingly hate you for having the long locks. Aw. He kept trying to be offensive, but he didn't actually know how to insult any of us because he doesn't know what's actually going on. Sometimes the misinformed are the worst when it comes to that stuff. Okay, we are going to make Maker a crafting specialist. I hate to give up that god tier mining, but that god tier crafting needs to go with that. Hydrocate will take over mining. But before we do any of that, let's knock out another ritual. Never had hair, but my beard. Santa would be jealous. I used to have long curly hair. I'm talking hair all the way down to my ass crack long. So, all right, we got to shut a few things off here. Excellent cloth corset. Who are we going to get a corset on? I'm trying my best over here to get switched over to flak chests instead of just having corsets on everybody. Barb's got a flak chest. You've got a thrombo fur. Excellent corset, so you're going to keep that. Ben's got the formal vest. Thrombo fur corset's going to win on that. Human leather formal vest. Thrombo fur. We need to get you some sort of chest situation. You also need pants pretty hard. Whatever we can make those pants out of. Actually, no, cloth. 100% cloth. Okay, I need Maker to be a production specialist. It feels bad to have a level 18 miner become a crafting specialist, but 17 crafting, I can't go without it. So production specialist. We need that bonus back. Successful role change. Okay, good. Then it left me. Oh. I'm sorry. I loved having long hair when I had long hair, but I prefer having... Usually... Well, not even usually. Up until, like, maybe a year ago, this was just buzzed. I just buzzed my head. I have the mohawk going on here. And the mohawk was just kind of an accident. It's kind of become part of my brand, so I feel like not that I'm stuck with it, but I feel like I'm stuck with it at this point. What do you call? We beat Randy on 500%. The first 500% victory, and it was against Randy, and I was like, you know what? I was cutting my hair, and I was just messing around, and I cut the mohawk just to be funny in the mirror, fucking around, having a good time by myself. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to hang on to this. I'm going to hang on to the Mohawk. It looks good. You just don't have enough power. God, I am at the point where I'm like, how much power do we fucking need, for fuck's sake? Alright, we kicked that off, kicked that off. We could actually kick this off. This thing we could kick off again for now. Actually, we don't need to actually kick these off. We could just use that piece of, Psychic Drone, high, mail. It's a good thing we've got a lot of party bonuses going on right now. No sun. I was going to say solar. Never mind. Yeah, no. Solar is not an option. We've got the sun blocker going. It makes the power a little bit more difficult. It was beautiful. Coppery, and girls would play with it. My best feature. Randy hasn't asked us for hair back yet. Honestly, that's the main reason I have long hair. All right, no, okay. I think I'm caught up on chat. Thank you guys for being active. Thank you for chatting. Thank you for Random and any of the other raiders who are still sticking around watching. I know it's been a weird day of nonsense and like subjects that are all over the place. I am getting a little tired here in the last hour of stream, but we're gonna keep trying to get things done. We're finally at the stage where we're bringing more people on. We need to do a few more things. How far out is Bank from their destination? Okay. How's our power situation? All right, let's let Eugene eat. We need to... All right, I don't want to add or subtract anything from our ideology, but I do want to reset our rituals. So let's get a whole new set of dance parties and run the dance parties again. We've been waiting to get more people, so let's not sleep on that. I don't think there would be any worse feeling right now than if we neglected our dance parties to try and get new people and a raid came and we lost the playthrough. I don't think that would happen. I think we're in a pretty good spot. There are a few really scary things, as always, in Rimworld at this level of wealth mixed with these few people. But if we could get 2 or 3 more people in here who can hold guns, I'd be pretty happy. Biggest problem right now is getting everybody into clothing. Since I sold off some of our clothing, I really should have been more diligent about that. Extend the wind farm. I wouldn't be opposed to extending the wind farm. I'd like to get some outer walls on that side of the base anyway, so that's entirely possible. All right, let's make sure I didn't accidentally fuck anything up. That all looks good. All right, that all looks good. Let's let our people get themselves a little bit sorted, but you know what? No, let's just go. We need people. We've got an SMG we can give someone. If we have to, we can give someone a chain shotgun. Exotic goods trader. That'll be helpful. Wanderer joins. Alright. Hang on a second. Let's hit up this exotic goods trader. Think about it. 4 wind turbines even at suboptimal is roughly 50. Yep. As I said, I'm not opposed to doing more wind turbines. It's not a bad idea at all. I kind of want to sell these shards off. We're going to sell the shards. Kidney, lung, heart. Now someone comes with a reprocessor stomach. Shock lance, insanity lance, those are definitely coming in the door. Oh, hang on a second. Artificial metabolism. We need to make that happen. Hang on. Selling all the bioferric gets us nowhere. We got to get that artificial metabolism tech print. I want nuclear stomachs for the vampires. Time to sell some gold. Yep. You read my mind, random. Like, we were grabbing gold so we can make some advanced components, but getting that tech print is real badass. I wish we could afford to get some of the other ones as well. Like, I would love skin hardening. Jump packs is not bad, but you can usually find jump packs to buy off of people from traders, but I'd love to get skin hardening and start putting tough skin glands into people. Man, those advanced components, bro. How much is that? It's another $1,000. I think I might sell $1,000 worth of gold. Yeah, I'm willing to sell the gold. Because those 4 advanced components is the next piece of bionics. And we were going to use the gold to make advanced components. Obviously, it's not nearly... We're paying to save on labor. We play about the same? Love to hear it, Random. Random, do you stream? Let me click on you. Let me follow you. No, you don't. Okay. Well, I followed you anyway. But yeah, I play slow and steady, and there are certain things I love about the game. Vampires with nuclear stomachs is definitely high up on the list. Yeah, sell gold for have a setup and 2 poor to get one. Gotcha. I'm lucky in that regard, but all right. So now we don't have to worry about those organs going off map. This is not on at the moment. At the moment, I think we're down to 67. We've got our miner up here. There's another 71, 72 up there. So, but I think somebody has an aching arm that I want to get rid of. I forget who it is. BD has a left arm. Okay, so let's queue up bionic arm maker. All right, so we're making some good progress today. Hydrocate. Excellent on that. Okay, you're good down to negative 27. We need to get you some better shit. Fuck a duck. They need pants. Masterwood cloth parka. Ooh, I forgot we had another join event. Shoe. Bloodlust who can help with plants, who has a 5 in shooting. 23 years old. Everybody has a scar. Every single goddamn pawn that comes in has a scar. We need more people, so this has got to happen. Yeah, absolutely worth. Welcome to the team. Let's get you that SMG for temporary. And we need that assault rifle soon. I gotta get that bionic leg. You know what? Bionic leg isn't as important as the gun at the moment. And you need to be on paste. Schedule-wise, man, this is an absolute mess, but let's put you on this schedule. Put you on work. Go into work schedule. We'll put you on same as everybody else. Childcare is never going to be a thing up here. You can definitely help with planting. And we officially need to build more hydroponics for that to work. Yep. Okay. So, more hydroponics incoming. We are legitimately going to have all assault rifles except Julie's sniper. I don't need more than one sniper. If I'm going to go bolties, I'm going to go sniper. And Julie's the only one I really want to be a sniper because you really need a high shooting to make a sniper efficient. The assault rifles, even when they miss, if you're firing into a crowd, they can do some real good work. I don't mind the charge rifles. The SMGs are very lame compared to the assault rifles, but better than having a knife, you know what I mean? But at the end of the day... Where are you? Okay. Assault rifles have the right range, the right firepower, the right everything, in my opinion, so... If one of them gets to Julie's skill level, I mean, in theory, I suppose. But I mean, who's even close? Mr. Ben, maybe. BD, maybe. I mean, a lot of them have some good shooting. It's just a matter of, like... Julie's got great memory. That's the main reason Julie's been able to accomplish what she's been able to accomplish, is because of the great memory, so... We need better clothing for everybody. Like, substantially better clothing. I mean, if one of them gets to Julie's level, it's not to get there, it's to sustain. Yeah. Sustaining at that level is not an easy thing. I'd like 2 of those, actually. Okay, we can... Alright, all of that is planted. Let's get the rest of these parties knocked out. See if we can get more people. If we can't get more people that are good, we'll just drop pod the organs over to Mr. Ben over at Peyote. But we gotta knock these out. We can't accommodate royals. No matter. I'm not even gonna check that because if it's something that we want, okay, I'll let them eat. I'd kind of like to see more plant types in the base game. Yeah, that'd be kind of cool. What I like is that they keep adding stuff and keep improving stuff in this game. The DLCs really all add some really cool stuff across the board. Each one of them obviously in their own flavor. And the fact that they started doing things like they added the wall lights and stuff like that, they do pay attention to mods and requests from the community. I like how much the developers of this game take into account what community members want and all that stuff. Okay, we need to put down more power already. We need to put down more power already. I don't even know how to deal with this at the moment, quite honestly. I think I'm just going to put another one of these down here. Don't quite have enough, though. Alright, so so Julie can be Area 1, Barb can be Area 1. And now it's Hydracate can be Area 1. Even though they're a slow walker, they've got that thing. Maker doesn't haul, and now they're no longer a miner, so they don't need to be on Area 1. Rimworld has been adopting mods since its beginning. Yeah, me too. I kind of like to see more plant drought and frost resistant. Yeah, I agree with that. That sounds interesting. All right, let's check these pawns out real quick. We got 4 join events this time around. Harriet, Kaba, Lover, and Vance. I like Kaba. 21-year-old trigger happy. Okay. Or no, Harriet. Sorry. Kaba, great memory, delicate. Good miner. I don't really like delicate pawns. Look at that shooting. Bite scar on the torso. Underground or chemical fascination. Okay, so Vance is a no. Vance is a no. I want Lover because that shooting is fantastic. Kaba is like a maybe. And I want Harriet. How many people would this be total? 16. It's a lot of people to sustain. The plant mods change gameplay too much. Yeah, I'm of the same mind. I've used mods before, but like I used color-coded mood bars, which is now baked into the main game basically. I used Rim HUD, but I found that it gave a little too much information sometimes. The thing is we kind of need this. As fucked up as this is, we kind of need this. Because that would bring us up to 15 people. 30 basins with rice could sustain 15 people. We've got 40 basins, some of it for power, some of it for food. This is hairy, but I think we're not going to get a lot of opportunities to get here. Yeah, our food has got to be top priority. And we need another chem fuel generator. I feel like we gotta keep them. Other thing, let's check out their relationships. Friends with all the pretty people. Friends with all the pretty people. I think it's doable too, and we gotta stick our necks out every once in a while. Otherwise, we're never gonna finish this playthrough. So I think we keep those 3. And we ditch Vance. Yeah, Lover is more or less just here to do shooting. Lover, I think we make into a shooting specialist immediately. All right. It's going to be a lot of work for Wednesday Nether. So we're going to have 15 people plus 4 blood bags. We don't count Bank because they have body mastery. I think the hardest part right now is that we need clothing for everybody. Is there something we can turn off? We need to turn some stuff off to make this work. His beauty then just stunned them with a bullet. Okay, other thing is we need to get beds down. I keep forgetting to put beds down for people. Luckily, we had beds made, but Bank is just chilling over there, so let's arrest and get these organs and then shoot them over to Bank. I might buy them out of food when we do this as well. We have an off-map sun blocker random, and we went into darkness, so we have no sun on this map. Combat in darkness is one of the most overpowered things for combat in the game. So between having shooting specialists and having our people being able to do combat in darkness, we don't miss anything. We just shred. And that's more important to me than dealing with the other stuff. I mean, it makes it a pain in the ass, and we've got to micro back and forth, putting some things down, taking some things up, etc., etc. But at the very least, we can win in combat. What I wouldn't give for a Thrumbo event right now, I swear. And you have sanguiphages, I forgot about. Yeah. So the sanguiphages, one of our sanguiphages used to be a dirt mole, and I'm tempted to turn our new dirt mole into a sanguiphage because that'll overwrite the slow runner gene. Being slow is not something I like, so Hydrocate here is definitely going to be getting a bionic leg sooner rather than later, but I'm trying to make a bionic arm. In fact, yeah, I think bionic leg is going to take priority, even though our person has an aching... I don't know. I'll think about that in a minute. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. So many things we need to get done, all of them requiring power. Once Barb does this operation, any organs, random poor clothing that Pawns came in with, anything that we can send off, we'll drop Pod over to Bank. Bank will make the trade. We'll get as much stuff as we can with him and then send him back. We might swap out Bank's assault rifle for, like, Lover's chain shotgun. Bank's got a shock lance in case things go real wrong and he gets jumped, so I would prefer Bank to have one of the weaker weapons. Yeah, we are vampires on ice colony is basically what we're doing here. All right, let's get some stuff loaded in here. We want to load in... I can't even sell that stuff. I need all that stuff for materials to build things, so... Organs. So we're going to send over the organs. What else do we want to send? I would send the knives and stuff, but that stuff is just, Bioferret Ritual Mask, too. There's a lot of stuff in here we should smelt down. They even sing and dance. Yep, absolutely. They do love to party. Barb needs death rest. After you finish what you're doing, let's get you death rest. Hell yeah, Julie's got a shoot frenzy. Lover we need to make into a shooting specialist. Once we get this pod loaded up with everything. Anybody loading the pod? We need like auto doors as well. Alright. Now, let's trade off some random nonsense. Alright, we're going to have a nice budget here. Let's see if we can get our people some clothing so we don't have to make all of it. We've sold them so much garbage clothing. Alright, what do we got? Oh, you know what? We're not going to sell those 2 parkas. I was going to sell them because I was like, oh, we don't need more cloth parkas, but let's just bring those 2 back. Jump pack might be something we pick up. Simple helmet. I wouldn't mind picking up a couple of cloth toques. Yeah, I wouldn't mind picking up a couple of cloth toques for people's heads. Low libido, pig nose, tinder skin, jump pack, soothe pulsar. Never hurts to have another soothe pulsar. Can we afford all of their food? I want to take all of their food. I'd like to get some more medicine, too. Because we just spent a bunch of medicine removing organs. That still leaves us with quite the budget, though. Right, so let's see what we want to grab here. I wouldn't mind having an Archotech leg, but that's like our whole budget, and I would like to get some of the other stuff, so... It's a long pass to the receiver. Yep, long pass. Hey, what the hell just happened? This drop pod landed in the backyard of our settlement. Oh, that's for me. Is that why you just been waiting here doing nothing at our place? Yeah, let me get that stuff. You want to buy some garbage clothing and some organs? There are choices here. We might want to buy some plasteel. Because Well, well, actually, we don't have room. We have 59 of 60 kilos. Jesus. Yeah, let's just eke out a little bit more medicine, and we're going to have to send Bank right back out, essentially, when they get back, because they're going to have more money. They're coming back with over $1,000, so we're just going to have to send them back down here. I'd really love to get Wake Up Impervious on all of our people. If we can yank that out of our, eventually yank that out of the prisoner we have, I would love that. I would really like to get in some more endgame stuff like bionics and genetics soon. We just started putting some bionics on people, but I'd like to go real ham with the whole thing. Alright, I think that's what we got to do. Just double check everything here. Okay. Okay, what can we get done while we're here? They're refilling that stuff. Not a great situation. We had all that stuff die, so that puts us behind. So now not only are we behind on food, but we're also behind on stuff to make chem fuel to keep our generators running. So, yay for problems. We're coming back with 2 parkas that are made of cloth, so I'm going to take that off the list. New people, what do you need more than anything? So have you drop that. You need a button down and pants. You need a corset. Pants, formal vest. Parka, which they're making one that you can get by with. Okay, so we need... too many things to keep track of. We need a pair of pants. We need a formal vest. I mean, I'd love to put flak chests on everybody, but a formal vest is going to get done quicker. We need a couple of corsets. Get rid of the dread leather. I mean, we don't have any in stock, so it doesn't matter. But just in case. It's a plop-down market, yep. Ooh, we can get all these guys turned off. That's definitely something. And then Lover we wanted to make into a shooting specialist, right? Let's wait till... finish that parka. Masterwork parka. You need a parka. Alright, let's do that. And then we're going to make Lover over here a shooting specialist right after Kaba grabs that parka. Cool. I would really like to smelt down some of these things. Who needed pants? Alright, we have not used this pollution pump at all. I'm deconstructing it. Every little bit counts right now. Fine, that's the last piece of gold ore. You can go dig at it. I always forget about the mechanoid slag chunks. That addition still doesn't stay in my brain. %80 growth rate. There's no chem fuel for that generator that I just put down, so yay. Fuck. No, we're not going to add it to that. We'll do this one. I always get surprised by those chunks, too. Yeah, like, I don't even notice them sometimes. I'm like, huh. Like, what is that? Oh, yeah, that's that thing that, that is awesome, because it adds extra metal to the raids, but it's not... I just never think about it. Realize I've got 300 more steel than I thought. Yeah, exactly. It's like a positive thing, right? Like, oh, I actually have more steel than I thought. I need this on. Okay, let's get him making his assault rifle. I mean, we're on the 9th of December in winter, so it's negative 55 out. Once we start getting into spring and summer, we should be in a much better situation. Okay, all of that is filled up. Let's get this thing going as well. Because we need to get the rest of that hydroponics setup going ASAP. So every little thing helps. Every piece of smeltables, every little everything helps right now. All right, on some temporary... Let's smelt down these tattered flak vests. Okay, we're getting real close here at the end of the day. We got about 10 minutes left or so. I'm not gonna lie, I have to pee pretty bad, so we're gonna end right on time today. I just want to get a few more things done. If anybody's got any suggestions for raids, there's a guide raid redemption, but at this point, if anybody wants to make a recommendation, no need to spend the points. Otherwise, I'm just going to check, see who's online, raid out to somebody we either know or who also plays Rimworld. But I try to, try to pay the love back. So we got a lot of new people coming in here today, and would be happy to do some things. I want this assault rifle. I want this assault rifle real bad. Alright, Hydrocate's on the drill, so that works. I'm going to have them set to a 1 on mining. They will probably always be mining. Rare thrombos? Yes, please. Okay. We'll wait for them to get a little closer, but that is exactly what we need. Lurk Queen? Okay, cool. I'm down for that. Are they playing Rimworld random? It doesn't matter if they are or not, but if they're cool, I'm happy to... Oh, right. You need to... Let's get rid of that. You need Psychite T. Okay, I won't tell her we shot the thrombos. Yeah, let's try and do these thrombos, and then we'll call it a day. We won't be flagrant with it, but we'll let them split up a little bit, let them get a little closer to base. Aw, that's awesome. Lover and Julie. Everybody wants to hang out with the vampires. Shoot Frenzy, Hydrocate. Alright, team. I would really love to get this place floored in so we're not moving so goddamn slow as well. That's like one of those goals that I have that's like, it's not like a necessary goal, but it's one of those things where it's like, alright, we're gonna, no, let's go like, maybe like right here. I think we're going for the royalty ending. It's going to be royalty or ship, and it's just kind of one of those things where it's like, they're both a lot of resources on sea ice, right? Like, if you go for the ship, you got to build all that stuff. And if you go for royalty, like, you got to build the whole ship and get the Persona Core. But if you go for royalty, you have to build the throne room and the bedroom. So, I haven't done royalty in a while. We've done the ship, we've done the anomaly ending, so at the moment I'm thinking royalty. And I'd like to get into royalty as well, just because you can't get Psycasters other than royalty on sea ice, so... Some temporary unrestricting to haul these guys in. I've unofficially claimed the name of the first psych-sensitive pawn we decided to turn into a Psycaster. I mean, I will turn everybody into a Psycaster if I can. Punch that Thrumbo, Julie. How far out is Bank? Bank is still kind of far out. I'm going to wait to butcher them until Bank gets a little closer. We've got an assault rifle. Okay. Yeah. So we'll deal with the Thrombos on Wednesday. We'll chop them up when Bank gets a little closer to home so that we don't have all of the horns and leather on our map for wealth off the bat. But we're basically going to turn them into all the clothing we need for our new people. Let's get that turned off. Okay. 556, running out of 2. Yeah. So you know what I think we're going to do, guys? Thrombo event. Really good event. Let's save and quit to menu, because if anything happens in the last 3 minutes, 4 minutes, I'm going to have to go late. And if I have to go late, that means I'm going to have to take a restroom break and come back because my teeth are floating right now. So instead, let's go talk to Lurk Queen and say hi. New streamer, Random says. So let me bring up her stream real quick so I have it in front of me when we get in there. But we will slash raid Lurk Queen. Thank you all for hanging out. Thank you again to any of the raiders who are still kicking around. Thank you all for just being awesome, as per usual. So let's go over and do Lurk Queen. And yeah, guys, I will be back tomorrow, noon to 6. Oh, it doesn't look like they're online. Sorry. Let's cancel that out. Lurk Queen is not online right now. So let's see who else is online. Sorry about that. Got a couple of people online. You know what? It's been a while since we went over and raided Warren. And they're playing Rimworld. They play No Pause 500%. Looks like day 3 of their colony. So let's boop on over there. And again, thank you all for hanging out. We'll go say hi to Warren. Looks like he's just getting himself started, which is usually the case. I'll be back tomorrow for some Oxygen Not Included at noon Pacific Standard Time. We'll be back on this colony Wednesday to do some more sea ice. If you guys see me in chat over in Discord, feel free to come and say hi. I am going to get some dinner and do some YouTube stuff, and then I'll be on playing Dyson. Take care, everybody. Be well. See you tomorrow.